What happens when a woman trades stability for the thrill of passion?
In Tyler Perry's 2013 film Temptation, Confessions of a Marriage Counselor, Judith gets swept into a world of lust, luxury, and danger, with every kiss, every touch, pulling her closer to destruction.
Sometimes temptation blinds you to the value of what you already have.
This isn't just a story about cheating. It's about how one reckless affair can burn everything you love to the ground.
I'm Heit.
And I'm Cheri.
And you've discovered Axiom Amnesia.
We want to thank all of the supporters who helped to make this video possible. If you want your name to appear alongside these contributors, make a one-time donation via Cash App, or you can head on over to patreon.com/axiomamnesia to enjoy all of the benefits of becoming a monthly subscriber. So there will be spoilers.
Definitely.
So if you don't want to have this film spoiled for you, go ahead and hop off the call right now. But for those of you who are here for the ride, let us talk about Tyler Perry's Temptation. So just so you know, we're covering also the play The Marriage Counselor
Unless y'all don't watch this.
Right, unless y'all don't watch this. We're going to cover the play, The Marriage Counselor, next. As you may know, we are currently in the midst of a series on the Tyler Perry plays. And so we're covering the film and the play, you know, kind of back to back. So we have a good comparison. And just so you guys know, in case you didn't already catch him, which you should have, we have already covered the Why Did I Get Married and Diary of a Mad Black Woman plays. And of course, with Why Did I Get Married, a ton of videos on that already. And
on both movies.
And then for the play, we've also done the same. Let's talk about it. So the background, of course, this film was produced, written, and directed by Tyler Perry. You know, he always likes to have that triple credit. And this film is no different. It came out in 2013, as we mentioned earlier. And so the cast in the film is Jurnee Smollett as the main character, Judith. Her husband is played by Lance Gross. Her husband is Bryce. Then we also, Brandy Norwood. Brandy, you know, the singer Brandy, plays Melinda. And then Vanessa Williams, as in the Vanessa Williams.
Save the best for last.
Save the best for last. Singer, actress Vanessa Williams plays Janice, who is this owner of a matchmaker business. And Robbie Jones plays Harley. Harley is the guy that Judith gets involved with. And then we also have Kim Kardashian in the film as Ava. I had forgotten that Kim Kardashian was even in a Tyler Perry
and not played
movie.
Herself, she played herself.
She played herself.
Maybe she did both.
And played herself and played herself. If you get it, you get it. And we also saw Ella Joyce pop up as Sarah, who is Janice's mother. Ella Joyce, if you remember, was Rock's wife. Y'all go to the comments. What was Rock's wife's name?
Okay.
And she also played in other things, you know, throughout the 90s. So a very familiar face. And, you know, so those are the main characters in the film. And we also have Candace Koch playing the marriage counselor, right? All right. So let's get into what happens in this film. The movie opens with this scene of a therapist counseling a couple or whatever. And the therapist recognizes that the wife of this couple, the husband is like, okay, I'm bouncing, I'm getting up, you know, and so when the husband leaves, she's left alone with the wife. She realizes that the wife is about to, or looking like she might be on the verge of having an affair because another man has caught her eye, you know, and she's been married a while, and it's kind of like, okay, things are getting, you know, You say the juice is sour, it used to be so sweet type of moment in their, you know, in their long marriage. And so then she goes into the story, the marriage counselor does. She's like, well, I want to tell you the story of my sister, right? So then this whole film is actually a flashback of her telling her sister's story. And of course, her sister is the Jurnee Smollett character, Judith, right? So Judith was raised in this small town. They had church every day, you know, and whatever. But Judith and Bryce basically were in love from the beginning. They were children knowing each other. They were in love from their young childhood or whatever. And, you know, her sister says, well, you know, Judith's love for him was all consuming, and they were together all the time. It was like they were just in their own world. So The mother eventually, as they get a little older, agrees for them to get married young. So they got married and they moved to DC. And so we're seeing them for the bulk of this film in DC, married after they've both finished school. And so he's a pharmacist. So that means, he went to his first, he got his bachelor's and then he went to pharmacy school. And then she also has a master's degree, presumably in psychology, counseling, some related type of field, right? And so she works for this millionaire matchmaker. So somebody who kind of hooks up these millionaires with, a partner, right? And that matchmaker is the character that's played by Vanessa Williams, right? And so she's an in-house therapist for them. So I guess it's supposed to be like they have an actual therapist who's there that, gets to the meat and potatoes of, who would be a good match for, you as a romantic couple, right? So this is where Kim Kardashian comes in. Kim Kardashian plays Ava, who is a friend and co-worker and perhaps even boss, because it was unclear. What do you think? Was Kim Kardashian's character Ava?
I think she said
boss?
her boss.
Yeah, I think she did too. So,
Yeah.
But, so at any rate.
Right, so she was new at this place and then she had whoever probably was her immediate supervisor or whatever, maybe.
If you want us to break down the movie of your choice, you choose the film, we do the analysis, and you will be credited as executive producer. So the link to grab one is in the description. Our deep dive on demand is $75, so check below. Right. And so while she's at work, who strolls in but Sexual Chocolate Harley? He, is this good-looking, handsome guy who comes in. She finds out that he's this rich, I guess, like social media guy. It's very nondescript the way they describe it. I guess he creates computer programs. So he's like that, but then
it's supposed to be Mark Zuckerberg. Basically.
Yeah, it's like a black Mark Zuckerberg character, right? So he's rich, and Judith Mino meets him at work, and she starts working with him as a potential investor for this matchmaker company, because Judith, she's come up with some ideas that are from the psychology end of matchmaking that, and so she starts working with him, and then they realize they know each other from running at the park. And so she starts talking about her matchmaker questionnaire and gives it to him. So then, and meanwhile, we see Brandy Norwood's character, Melinda, show up at the pharmacy where Bryce works. Now, Bryce says that he started at this small pharmacy and he's hoping to own his own pharmacy someday, right? And maybe buy it from the pharmacy that he works at, early on. So they're both early in their careers. And he seems to love his job, but Judith, hates her job. So Brandy Norwood's character is kind of this other person. So we really don't know where the movie is going at this point exactly, like who's going to get tempted, who's going to say yes, because you got somebody of the opposite sex on each of their jobs that could be a potential interest, right? So they get home and Judith and Bryce, her husband, they go out to dinner or whatever. And it's made clear that they're still kind of poor because they've come from this small town. He's still driving their old pickup that they, from back in the day that they got married in. And so there's just at the beginning of their careers, they haven't really built any money, although they live in a nice looking place. But, they're just at the beginning. So they go, and then these guys are on the street, and then they say that's a fine as B, in comments about Judith. And Judith is like, ain't you gonna do something to her husband? But his approach was like, he doesn't confront him. He's like, okay, let's just get in the car and let's just go, right? He does, because, he's confrontational, but she has an attitude from that point forward for the rest of the night. And so later in bed, she's upset because she's like, I didn't feel safe. I don't like the way that I felt. And Bryce tries to, comfort her and tell her, look, I'm going to always protect you. I would die for you. And he seems to have lost she seems to have lost some respect and confidence in him as a man, because she's like, I felt vulnerable. You did nothing when these guys, came up to me. So then at work, Harley this millionaire guy at the matchmaker job, he decides that he's going to try to make this computer program to administer this compatibility questionnaire that Judith has developed. And so he says he filled out the form to test it out for himself, and she starts to interpret his results for him. So we can already see that this is about to be some funny business, right? So at work, Bryce and his boss talk about Brandy's character, Melinda, seeming strange, right? And she seems to be hiding and not wanting to be seen on her way home. Like she's ducking off, putting hoods on, before she leaves work at the end of the day. And she's scared to be seen. And so she scampers back to her apartment. And then in her apartment, she got a bat in her hand, is looking around her place afraid, like, we don't know what's going on. Is this lady crazy? Is she just, so it's a mystery at this point in the film. So then we got Judith and Harley. They continuing to work, into the night on the compatibility program together. And then we find out because, of course, Harley, because he is a predator, is going to want to know, well, tell me about your husband. And so that's when we find out that Bryce and Judith have known each other for 19 years. She's 26 years old and they've been married for 6 years. So she wants to be a marriage counselor and, she's got this big dream of that. And so this is not exactly, she wants to have her own practice. And this job is just maybe a way to that, but, she's really not enjoying it. So then Harley starts continuing to ask about her husband, and he says that he could help her become a counselor. He claims that his last relationship was back in college and he fell in love, and then she just walked out on him and he just hasn't gotten over it, right? So the thing is, right here, we start to see that he is enticing her, like, look at all I could do for you. It's temptation, right? He's tempting her because he's saying, I can give you more than whatever you have now. Also, a lot of you guys are missing our videos because you're not getting your YouTube notifications. We have fixed this. Subscribe to our mailing list so you can get personalized notifications of all of our videos as they're released across all of our channels. You're going to get an email. The link to that is in the description. And so let us, without further ado, watch this scene and talk it through so you can see exactly what happens to Bonacera and what the Godfather's response is. And he's trying to get the intel on her husband. So she gets up and she's all like, oh no. Harley first asks Judith if she's happy. And Judith is like, yes, I'm happily married. But Harley keeps on flirting and says that her husband is a very lucky man. So clearly she is vulnerable. And if she had good sense, she would have just avoided this dude as best as possible from here on forward. But she's young. She probably hadn't been tested in this way before, and she ain't got good sense. So, what did you think about how he was being slick,
Yeah, that's just, I guess, what he would do.
Because he's trying to get it, They also talk about, he asked, well, why are there no sex questions on the questionnaire? And she's like, well, there don't need to be any sex questions because I don't believe in sex before marriage because I'm a Christian. And so he was just like,
so the whole company is trash then.
Because her personal views have colored, the full evaluation for
Why
people.
would you put the new person on this with probably a huge client since everybody seemed to know him and he got this big site?
Because she's the only one who's the actual psychologist that may have some insight into this questionnaire, right? Because she created it because she's the only one with
he just
those
got
skills.
There. It don't even make sense.
Well, so he's like, well.
So what did they do before her?
Maybe they didn't have it, which is the whole deal, right? Before they just had this woman matchmaking just off the top of her, they'll be good, you know.
Well.
But now they're trying to put a little science behind it, and probably so they could get more money out of these millionaires to hook them up, right? So Harley is pushing back on her, and he's like, so you only been with your husband? And, he continues to try to entice her, and talk about, well, there's no spontaneity. We would be doing it all over the house.
That's why he showed up wearing lipstick?
Bruh. The makeup was a little funny at this point in the film because he did look like he had on lipstick. He
definitely had on lipstick.
Yeah. You know what? I don't like it when you can tell that the male actors are wearing makeup.
But why wouldn't the character just wear makeup?
Well, maybe that's what a
this
rich
was the time where we would say
guy does.
Metrosexual. Right?
maybe. But he I don't know if he struck me that way, but yeah. So ultimately what Harley is putting before her is that she doesn't have spontaneity in her relationship with her husband. He's like, it's boring or whatever. But then he point blank asks her, are you getting turned on? And she like, no, so she goes home though. She done lied to him because she is hot and bothered. She goes home and she tries to be spontaneous with Bryce. He in there cooking dinner or whatever. She hop on him and try to get some, right there in the kitchen. And he like, stop. This is weird.
That's when he should have known. You've been working with this dude, then you come home all hot and bothered. All right.
So, he like, we ain't doing this. After we finish eating, we can go up to the bedroom and do this the right way.
That's hilarious.
So I was just like, man, I mean, come on. Now, y'all go to the comments because we know that, many of you have said that you grew up very religious and whatever. So if you grew up religious or you are super religious now, I have a question. Does this mean that you can't just, have all kinds of fun with your actual husband or your wife at any place in the house that you so choose to do it in the comfort of your own home? Like, this was wild. But I mean, obviously, I've heard of, people who are very religious and then they feel that, sex only serves a certain function and it shouldn't be anything more than that. So anyway, yeah. Judith.
But no, so like in the military, I believe, I don't know if I looked it up back in the day, but that was basically the only approved sexual position. And sodomy is definitely banned still. So yeah, you could get charged if you don't have sex the right way.
That's so crazy. Like the fact that anybody will be in your bedroom is insane. But, you can be charged with adultery in the military, right?
Oh yeah, I know someone who was.
So... hello, go to the store, go to the comments, tell us your stories, because we know a lot of you all either were in the military or married to somebody in the military, all that, and you have got some stories for us. Did y'all know anybody that was charged with adultery in the military? Because let's just keep it real. Adultery is not uncommon, and so did anybody you guys know got caught up with that in the military? Tell us your stories, because they're just gonna be interesting. So anyway, so the next morning, Judith goes to run. So it's the weekend now. She goes to run because she knows that Harley runs there too. So she done got herself dolled up. She's hoping he shows up, and of course he does. So then they start.
He was peeking from behind trees like that dude in that yellow suit.
Like the dude in the meme with the yellow suit, yes. And they were just looking crazy. She was looking crazy, but she's waiting on him. And so when he comes, she act like she don't see him or whatever. So as they're running together, a biker, she doesn't see a biker bumps into her on the path. And Harley is ready to beat this guy down on the spot. And so clearly there's this stark difference between Harley and Bryce, her husband. And she had twisted her ankle in the process. And so Harley insists, well, I live nearby, and he literally carries her to his house. Mistake number 2. Nah, I'm going on home. My ankle is messed up. You could carry me. You shouldn't be carrying me at all, but if you're going to carry me somewhere, carry me over here to this taxi stand so I can get a ride back to the crib, because I'm not going in your house. But she just goes with him. So now they're in his house or whatever, and he's putting an ace bandage on.
What do you mean, no? She went out there for that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So again, if it's like I feel like she was curious. Now in this moment, because see, here's how these things would sneak up.
That's what women call it. If there's any men out there, she was curious.
I think she was curious.
When a man does it, he's curious. He's just already cheating.
I think she thought, hey, I could add a little thrill. I'm going to be doing a little flirting. See, I and this is what I believe. I believe that when it comes to infidelity and stuff like that, most people are not like, I'm going to go out here and I'm ready to cheat, unless maybe it's retaliation or they're just a horrible human being. The way most people get caught up is that if they knew what the outcome would be up front, they wouldn't have put themselves in that position.
No,
but they
outcome.
Think that they can, skirt right up to the line, to the edge of the cliff, but just not jump off. You think, oh, I'm gonna be able to.
That's where risk of everything.
Yeah.
So,
you're gonna get caught up, and this is why with things that you care the most about, the risk of those things should be low. And so, look, I'm not even trying to avert your gaze, brother. I'm not even trying to look at you like that. Because then you could get caught up. And this is really what we see happen to Judith in this film. Now, Harley is clearly trying hard to tempt her, to entice her. But at the same time, there were so many steps along the way where she could have just, cut it off. But it's complicated because it's wrapped up in her career. It's her boss and everybody, at the job. She's got to do this for work. She needs her job. They're not rich, So it's complicated in that respect. But she took her behind out there, and then she decided, okay, I done got hurt. Now I'm going to this man's house. Mistake after mistake after mistake. If you're not trying to find yourself with your toes pointed north and wondering what the heck happened. But anyway, so he's putting the ace bandage on her ankle. Harley says, you talk about your husband a lot. And when you do, you always comparing him to me. And she's like, no, I don't, and whatever. And so Harley is really trying to get in her head. Not even just trying. He's gotten in her head already. She's thinking about him when she's with her husband and stuff and, whatever. So he's like, well, if I had a woman as beautiful as you and, dropping these kind of lines, well, does your husband realize what he has? Blah, blah, blah. Y'all know that game that a dude is going to try to spit if he is trying to, push up on you when he knows you got a husband, a man, whatever. And so Harley starts really seducing her, by telling her all of these things. She's like, look, don't play with me. I see these shoes, the women's shoes in here, some diamond earrings. So clearly there's been a woman at your house. I see that. So, don't even play with me like that. And so Bryce shows up to pick her up at Harley's house. So somewhere in here, she at least had the good sense enough to call her husband so she could try to have an escape. And so at the door, it was so weird because at the door, they answer the door looking like a couple. I mean, Judith and Harley. And Bryce, the husband, is on the outside knocking, and it's looking real crazy. Like he looked like he's talking to a couple. But of course, Bryce is so innocent. He doesn't see it. He's just like, oh, well, thank you so much. So later on, though, Bryce is starting to get a little concerned. He like, well, were you and Harley running together? How did this happen? And it's the morning of her birthday. But Bryce forgot her birthday. So later on in the day, she gets flowers at work. She assumes that they're from Bryce. But of course, we know who sent those flowers, right? And Harley is at work that day. And of course, he confesses that he sent the flowers to her. But then now he's all like, we going to be on the sneak tip because he's like, I thought it'd be a bad idea if I put my name on the card for the flowers, right? So he's already showing he's open to sneaking around and stuff like that. So, Judith is just like, look, I'm going to be point blank. Why are you coming to work? Why are you showing up to work with me and doing all this when you got programmers who can do it, do this work, but you coming up personally? He's like, look, I'll do anything to be around you. And then she keeps saying, she says multiple times, but I'm married. But see, here's my thing. You saying you married, but you steadily doing things that are showing that you are disrespecting your marriage, number one. Yeah. But then number two, that still say yes. Right? I'm married as you looking longingly into this dude's eyes inappropriately. So Judith asked Harley, so she'd asked him that and whatever. And he's just straight up. So then Harley tells her that he don't see her marriage lasting. I could tell he loves you because he's seen the guy face to face, when he came to his house to pick her up. He's like, but despite that, I don't see your marriage lasting. And she's like, well, you don't know him. So she's mad, right? So Judith gets home and Bryce apologizes for forgetting her birthday for the second year in a row. Bro, listen, how you could forgot her birthday 2 years in a row? You can't set an alarm on your cell phone. You can't, but he's like, I'm wrapped up in work and I'm busy. And he really does seem sincerely sorry though. And this is the part where you kind of understand a little bit, because if anybody has ever been focused in their life, when you're focused on a thing that is going to take you, quote unquote, to the next level, when you're focused on trying to build yourself when you're young and you're early in your career, then there are sacrifices no matter what. And sometimes those sacrifices come in the form of family and all of that. So he's letting it slip, but he's already like, I got a wife, she ain't going nowhere. Not in this nefarious sense, like, oh, I can be doing what I want to do and I can just forget about her. But just in the sense that, like, I got this locked down, we love each other and I'm not concerned and she's not concerned. And I am sorry that I forgot her birthday. And she tells him, like, it's okay, don't worry about it or whatever. So then Bryce plays this record, and of course, it's "Try a Little Tenderness," which is just an amazing song. And he's in his drawers and a cowboy hat, and he sings, and so it cheers her up a little bit. So you brought up something when we were watching this, and you were like, that's not the song you sing to the woman.
Yeah, it's not. And it's just a good song.
It's a great song.
You don't sing that to the woman.
That's because weird. Of the, it's like basically almost like a man-to-man song, or a song sung to the man to say, hey, look, this is how women are. This is how you make the women feel good, right? And this isn't the song you sing to the woman you want to make feel good. But either way, it was funny. It was a great song. And I really liked that song choice. So she's happy and entertained. And then, of course, they get it on. So we're like, okay, maybe things are okay. But then next thing we find out, Harley then requested that Judith go to New Orleans along with him to present to the shareholders, right? Because, he's trying to be an investor and, he's looking at this company, but he's really just looking at Judith at this point. But the boss says that she knows, look, I know you married, but I need this. So now you got your boss putting you in a position with a guy she knows. A pimp. Yep. With a guy she knows is interested in you in a way that can jeopardize your marriage. But she like, look, I need this. So you're going to have to go out here. But at the same time, she calls herself, being prudent and is like, but, be careful because you're in another league. So in other words, this guy is interested in you. Be careful, but,
she's saying she knows what happens. Yeah.
Yeah. Play the game.
That's it.
That's what her boss is telling her. So, meanwhile, Melinda, that's Brandy's character. She's at work at the pharmacy over there with Bryce. She looking crazy with no explanation. And then we later find out that she's running from her ex and has been running for years. But despite her changing her name, he has found her. And so Bryce and the boss tell her, look, don't quit. We're going to help you or whatever. And then she gives a little bit of her backstory. She's like, he wined me and dined me at first. And then he changed. He just became evil. And I don't know if it was the drugs or whatever that did it, but he just became evil. So she says that he tried to kill her. So sometimes you never know who you married to is her statement that she makes. And they say that they will help Melinda, meaning Bryce and his, I think this woman is the owner of this, but she's like his boss or whatever. So that Bryce is going to pick her up and drop her off to work. Okay. Now, what you think about this? Because it's a very nice gesture, and she does need the help, but he also is a married man, and it is creating alone time with a woman who's clearly single and perhaps vulnerable.
What you mean? So what do he do? Pick her up to bring her to work?
Yeah.
What? Nothing wrong with that. What?
So she's basically going to become his work wife, but not really all the way. Get what I'm saying? Like, so, because I'm looking at all of the things that each of them did that could have turned into something, right? So anyway, he said he's going to pick her up and drop her off to work. Go to the comments, y'all. What do y'all think about that? Was that cool? Do you want your husband picking up a woman and dropping her off? It's not about what you want. I recognize that it was needed in this case. She was in a vulnerable situation. And but I think that would need to be handled with care. Did he tell his wife? It could be handled
with care, but the thing is about, all right, what do you value, right? Oh, I think there may be possibly distance somewhere that he might cheat, or this lady get killed on the street. Well,
right. So what I'm saying is both things matter. Both things matter. So you want to help the woman, so you help her, but also you don't want to put issues with your marriage. So you say, hey, honey, I work with this girl and this is her situation. I'm going to just pick her up and drop her off. But I don't think we saw Bryce tell his wife, Judith, that's what he was going to do either. But, Judith is doing stuff that's so much more flagrant by comparison. It doesn't matter. But let's suppose she wasn't, to me, that is a potential issue point as well. So Judith at work, though, confides in Ava, that's Kim Kardashian's character, that her husband forgot her birthday and she asked for Ava's help for a makeover. Now, mind you, earlier in the film, Ava is very shallow. She's basically all about the look. She's like, you're not put together. You don't look good. And it's crazy because I didn't think she looked that bad in the beginning of the film or anything like that. And I couldn't really tell all that much.
That's
but
right.
Yeah, but okay, yeah, because Journey's character, we like her, and I was like, "What you mean she don't look?"
No, I'm talking about you are like her.
Oh, I'm yeah, you're probably right. Yeah.
She said, I don't see nothing wrong with. So it's those different types of people. That's why it's Kim Kardashian, because of what she represents.
That's a really good point.
Or even now, you'd be like, you know, if anybody showed up, like any of the women in here, they'd be like, where your baby hair's at? Because, you know, you looking busted. It's just what people value and what they think is. You know, like even now, somebody be like, man, those clothes, you watch these YouTubers, those, you know, your outfit don't look good, but look, it cost $3,200.
Or somebody, like, what was that? Was it Kevin on stage recently was talking about somebody who had made a statement that you got to get a new outfit every time you fly on a plane or something like that. Yeah. Or, you know, so I that's a really good point that I didn't even think about, because I was like, what was such a big deal about what she, you know, clearly Journey Smollett, the character Judith, is beautiful. So like she was presentable, her hair was done, you know, like she wasn't looking like she just rolled out of bed.
The reason that this may be done, I'm trying to pull the rich guy, and she did it without that. But she had already started dressing up and putting makeup, like when Ava was like, that's not makeup, that's make down. Right? She started going into work dressing differently and making herself up for this guy. So yeah, it's just levels to this.
So when she goes to Ava, and she's just basically like, you win, Ava. You can give me a makeover, because she recognizes that she's trying to show out, because she tells Ava, you know, my husband forgot my birthday. And she's like, well, you forgettable. That's what Ava tells her. And so, you know, so she's like, well, I don't want to be forgettable, so let Ava work her magic and do a makeover. So she goes and gets her makeover. Then when Judith shows up for the plane, and which is a private jet that Harley owns, she is this new woman. She's totally made over. Now, honestly, I'm looking at her and I'm like, all right, what's really the difference before and after? Exactly. Okay, higher heels, maybe, you know, that's about it. But she's a new woman, totally made over. And then he tells her, when he sees her, you know, if you were my woman, you wouldn't have to work. And so again, more enticing. You don't have to be at this job you hate. You know, I could make your, we could go into business together. I could do all these things, right? So they go to New Orleans and they present, and then they spend the day together. They're eating and drinking and dancing in the street.
She ate out his hand.
Like very flirtatious. It's like they are dating.
That is beyond flirtatious.
Then I have a question. Did you tell your husband you were going to New Orleans? Because it occurs to me, they didn't spend the night in New Orleans, right? They were flying a place and flying back the same day. Now, let me just digress for a second. I remember, you know, one of the corporate jobs that I had, it required a whole lot of travel. And while it may seem so exciting now, I wasn't in no private jets. I was, you know, flying business class and coach most of the time, right? And they would set up stuff where you'd have to be a place Monday morning. And in order for me to be someplace, you know, in order for me to be in LA on Monday morning and I lived in Chicago, I would have to leave Sunday. So then it encroaches on your weekend or whatever. But then they were notorious for setting up something where, hey, we're going to have a late morning meeting. So like 11 a.m., they'd have a meeting. And the plan was, oh, well, you know, we could save, you don't have to spend the night there. Oh, it's not that big of a deal because you can fly in and fly out the same day. Listen, this was all happening closer to 9/11, you know, but after it, right? So within the few years after, which you know what airport security was like back then, you know, 2 hours before your flight takes off, you had to be there. If it's a huge airport, you know, and we talk about Chicago O'Hare, it's a huge airport. Okay. So flying in and out was crazy, but it just reminded me of those days because that's a really long day when you're flying someplace for literally a couple hour meeting and then you're flying back. That's just a bunch of ripping and running and a crazy day. But they were in comfort. You know, they went, they ate and had a whole day to themselves. Because, you know, you think about it, their presentation was probably an hour or less. And then they got the rest of the day to just trick off. So did she tell her husband, though, that she was even going out of town? Because at the end of the day, she's just going to show back up home that night. Hey, I'm working late, baby.
So it don't matter if they go out of town, right?
I guess
it's
not.
just like he already know that she's working with this guy, so everything they do together is just it's just
cool, right? It's just cool. So I thought that was just wild. So meanwhile, you know, they on the flight, they just flirting, and she's talking, he telling her she looks amazing and all of that. But then he brings up his ex again, and he talks about, he hates being taken for granted. And then Judah tries to psychoanalyze Harley. And here's the thing. Look, I know you are a therapist and all of this, but baby, you need to realize that you need to psychoanalyze yourself, because you are in trouble. She's in trouble. So he says that the more he tried, the more that the ex would shoot him down, and like she didn't appreciate all the stuff he did for her. And he claims that he just loves too hard, and before he knows it, he's just crazy in love. Okay, red flag number 511, but she still don't see it. And then he's like, most women can't handle the kind of emotion that he brings. Wait, excuse me. And he's telling her all this, and she's just still sitting there doe-eyed, looking crazy. So then he's like, he says to her, I want to make love to you right now. And, you're so beautiful. But he plays it off by saying at the end of the sentence, like, these are the things I would tell her. Right. So he says it to her, and then she's in the moment. She's all like, thank you for saying that she's beautiful. And he was like, oh, I meant that's what I used to tell my ex. I wasn't saying that to you, but since you said yes, kind of thing. So he's still using tricks to entice her. And so she reminds him that she's married after he admits that he's attracted to her. But he's told her in a million ways, a million times while they're trying to be on this flight back home. And so he asks her, what her dreams are, and tells her that all of her dreams can be reality. She wants to be a marriage counselor and have her own practice.
Yeah. It's very easy when all of your dreams are basically monetarily or financially linked, right?
Mm-hmm,
So, and that's probably most of us in a sense. We just need some money for this thing to happen. And somebody, if you just come across somebody to provide it, you stuck. You know what I'm saying? And I think is more likely to happen with a man who's willing to pay. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because a woman with a man who doesn't work, right, and gets these things, is just not that likely, because it's not going to be looked at positively. But yeah, but Judy, she was like, we're better off keeping it professional.
Yeah, girl.
And he's like, we're way past that.
And why don't you realize that, girl? Oh, yeah, you ain't professional. You up here, and you think by keep saying, I'm married, that's
She's
doing
just
something.
Hard to get, really, is the thing.
So,
so the thing is, she wanted this excitement and stuff, and the more you say that, the more it's exciting to you, right? Because it's this thing that you can't do. It's kind of, off limits, and I'm married.
And so then she like, well, she asked him in turn, like, what are his dreams? And he's like, I dream of you, that kind of thing. And then he just gets even bolder. Do you want me? He asks her. And then he slowly gets up and comes over to her on a plane. And she's like, stop. Like, she's actually fighting him off, because we don't know what's going to happen in this moment. Like, is he going to just take it or what? And so then he tells her, stop, just stop. He's like, now you could say you resisted. Bruh. And then he just leans in and starts kissing her, and she's kissing him back. But then she's looking crazy in the eyes, like, and this ain't what I wanted. Girl, you laid every brick. See, okay, so let's go to the comments. Was it consensual? In that moment, was it consensual?
I would say it should have been. On the way of the story, I wish we didn't have that ambiguity in that part.
So, but they wind up getting it on the plane or whatever. And then we see him dropping her off at her house. And she's like, I never want to see you again. If you need something, contact whoever at the office, blah, blah, blah. But I never want to see you again. So he gets out and he's arguing because he think he done landed the plane, literally. And, he gets out and he's ready to argue. But then who pulls up? Bryce and Judith's mother, Sarah, pull up at the same time. And so then he has to play it off. He can't have the conversation he wants to have with her. And then now she's awkward because she sees her husband who's coming over to kiss her after she just done sullied herself with this man. And so she's clearly feeling guilty and uncomfortable. And, perhaps even, okay, let me say this. She was violated, whether her violation rises to actual R word.
Well, that's
I don't know.
What
it's
violation
ambiguous.
is.
But when I say violated, I mean that I think if somebody is telling you no and you continue to persist until they say, so you harass them until they say yes, that's wrong.
All right, but
from a moral
that's equal, right? It ain't one is rape and the other one's not.
Well, So I look at like a date situation, and we talked about this in detail in the breakdown of the video that we did for higher learning, because there is a date R word in that one. And to me, that's a very clear thing. Here,
just because it's not clear doesn't mean that it is not.
That's true. That's very true. So I don't know. Like, this is making me reevaluate
violated or
everything.
You're not violated.
But so I guess so what I recognize is that there was a violation, and if I'm saying there was, then it has to be classified under that. I'm glad you helped me think through that one, because So then I would say I think that that's the way number one, where he was definitely wrong. And now some people would look at this and say she just wanted to have a good time without going too far, and that he ruined that, and that's why she's like, I never want to see you again because you made me do something I didn't want to do. But made being kind of, I didn't want to do it and I blame you for my own decision or failing to stop doing what I should do. That kind of thing, right? Some people will see it that way. So when she gets home, she goes in with her mom and her husband, and she's looking at herself in the mirror, and she knows she done effed up because she's just sitting up here thinking about how she had slept with Harley. But it's unclear to me if it's all pleasurable. Like, he's in her mind for sure at this moment, but she's also kind of angry, And then her reverend mother, though, her mother is a reverend. She talks about Harley, and she's like, it's a good thing that y'all business together is over, because, she basically calls him Satan. She points out that Judith hadn't been calling in for the morning prayers anymore. And the mother is really going hard, pushing religion on both Judith and her husband. And Judith is mad at Bryce, too, because she's just overall frustrated with the situation. And so then at work, Harley is showed up there. Judith sees him, but Harley is not trying to come over and talk to her or anything like that. And so then Harley calls Judith while she's at home, and Judith is... Oh,
I thought she called. Oh, he called.
He called her. And then Judith's like, is this what you wanted? You just wanted to have sex and then ignore me? And he's like, look, you told me that you married and all this, and so I'm just leaving you alone or whatever. But he already knows that.
So if he took it, right, it's kind of like, what if you liked it after the fact? Too, because it's like, let's say a kid gets kidnapped and then they get taken to Disney World. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's some crazy conflict there.
Yeah. And there are, and let's not pretend like on a sexual level that there isn't the whole R word fantasy thing that some people have. So, like if we're being 100, and I know some of y'all, oh, that's sick and that's terrible. Look, I got to call it like it is, that we know that this is a thing that exists out here. So, and he's just like, all right, well, if you want me, then just say you want me. See, she still doesn't want to come out and directly say it. And so he's like, look, where's Bryce? Put Bryce on the phone. I'm going to tell him. Right. And then she's like, nah, we ain't putting him on the phone. What are you talking about? See, and do you think he would have actually talked to Bryce on the phone? Do you think he was that crazy? Or do you think this is all just her manipulating her? I mean,
it's both, right? So if you put him on the phone, I'll say it, and then
what was he gonna say?
Get what I want.
What he gonna say when he put him on the phone?
He's gonna say,
for those of you who don't know, you should visit axiom.app, and you'll be able to look at all of the recent videos across all of our channels. And I'm putting that on the screen right now just so y'all can see it and see what it looks like. Because there are a ton of videos that are over there. And also, I think that there are at least about 100 exclusive videos that are available for our Patreon members and our YouTube members. So, if you're interested in more of our content, as I've seen many of you binge watching, be sure to check those things out. And what was he gonna say?
Get what I want.
What he gonna say when he put him on the phone?
He's gonna say, "Yo, I got your bitch."
Shut up. But then he gets in her head even more.
You know the rules. Your bitch chose me. That's what he gonna say.
why isn't he wondering who you're on the phone with? So again, he is making her look at her husband.
Wasn't this the football scene?
Yeah, he's watching.
So he hadn't even
he's watching a football game. And he's not paying attention to her. Again, he ain't even paying attention to you. He ain't even noticed you left the room. Like, all of these things would be things he is using to try to add up on why Bryce is just unattentive and undeserving of her. So he's out of bounds, though. I'm talking about clearly your boy.
Bryce? Not Bryce.
Not Bryce, Harley. And so he's out of bounds, and he's like, does your husband make love better than me? And she's like, nobody makes love better than you, girl.
Yeah, but it harkens back to the beginning, right? Where he's just like, how do you know that it's good if you have nothing to compare it to? Now you just had this one other dude, and it's like, nobody does it better than you. But he doesn't question that. He lets her sit there with that.
She told him that she wanted him after that. He was like, okay, I want you, So he like, all right, you want me? Come on outside. I know you at home with your husband, but come outside, meet me on this corner. And so then she's like, I can't go right now. And then he just hang up on her face because he knows she gonna come out there. He got her he got her mind. So he knows she's gonna come out. So she lies and tells her mama and her husband, my boss called and I gotta run an errand for her. And then she goes and then, do with Harley. And she done cook for him and everything. She just all fawning over him and they talking and whatever. So Harley is like, look, we should go in business. Instead of me investing in the company with the matchmaker woman, well, I'm going to just invest in you. And then, but the hook is you have to be mine. And she like, well, what do I do about Bryce? And he's like, you leave him. So he's still using the psychology on her. And he's like, you got to leave. So you're supposed to be the psychologist and you getting played. But anyway, she gets mad and she snaps on him and, is talking about him. But forget it. And she's throwing food at him. And then she just leaves and he laughs at her as she walks out the door.
After she was sniffing that coke.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
So she's starting to get wild now. So she gets home and her mother is clocking her. Her mama know what time it is. She know what's going on.
She a hoe.
So she confront the mama is like, why you out so late? And then she's like, what's wrong with you? And you've been drinking. She like, I had a glass of wine. And her mama was like, with that devil in the red car? Because the mama already knew when she ain't like seeing her roll up in this car with this other man. So the mom said, she like, I knew the devil would be after you when you moved to the city. And she begs her to come back home and she's, rejects the mother's offer to come back to be more religious. Now, this reminded me of the movie Devil's Advocate. And, with Al Pacino and
De Niro.
Oh, was it? No. It's Al Pacino is in that. And
was it Michael Douglas?
Keanu Reeves.
Oh, okay.
Right. And it reminds me of that because it again was the devil in a small town. And I won't ruin it if you've never seen the movie, but it's a great movie. But this dynamic of you from a small town, I knew the devil would try to get you when you go to this big town.
Yeah, that's a lot of movies though. That's a common thing. I think we may have talked about that before too.
Yeah. So her mother, Judith tells her mother, just quit it. And you lied because the mother's like, you speaking ill of the dead, talking about Judith's father. Judith's daddy ain't even dead. She like, my daddy is not dead. You need to quit telling that lie. My daddy is alive. I found my daddy and he told me all about you. And he told me that you left him as soon as you joined the church. So now we get the dirt on the mama. So the mama been acting all sanctified and holy and all of that. We talked about sanctified in one of the other videos. Sanctified and holy, and come to find out that her daddy ain't dead. So she done been lying to this girl to keep her away from her father, saying he was dead, and it ain't true. So, now her sins have been laid bare. And the mama is like, but we not talking about me. We ain't talking about me right now. We talk about you. And that man out there is about to make a big fool out of you and take you straight to hell. And then Judith is like, with it, I'm going to enjoy the ride. Like, she is just disrespectful and bold up in her mama's face.
True
That's
statement.
got to be the drugs.
You're going to enjoy the ride.
Because she been enjoying it so far. So then Bryce wakes up because they in the house arguing. He ain't been asleep. And during the fight, and then the mother is leaving the house because she just is so incensed. It reminds me of when although the fight was a little different, when we were talking about Diary of a Mad Black Woman, the play, where Helen's mother is like, I try to do everything for you. I work my fingers to the bone to take care and make sure you had what you needed so you could go and have a good life, right?
Yeah.
This is basically the same speech that the mama gives in this movie. I did all these things and whatever, and now I'm just about to bounce and leave because you over here disrespecting me like this. And this is what we see happen in the movie. So the mama leaves the house and whatever. Now, mind you, the mama is from out of town, from this small town they from. So where you went when you left the house, I don't know. But the next thing we see this montage of the Jasmine Sullivan song. I think it's I'm in Love with Another Man or something like that is maybe the name of the song. But these are the lyrics. And Judith goes to Harley and she crying and she's just like, basically, I want you. And start kissing him, and he just looked mean and whatever. And he opened the car door, and then they about to have some mean, dirty makeup sex. And so they do it right there in the car. And I was just like, okay, we joke about this, but what is that lady's name from YouTube?
What lady? Oh, Alexis
K. Tyler.
Yeah.
Listen, she done let him hit the root. If you know, you know. Alexis K. Tyler told y'all already probably 15 years ago here on YouTube. You can find some of her old videos where she said, don't let him hit the root, ladies. She done let this man hit the root. She over here doing drugs. She doing anything. She's throwing her life away for this piece of ding dong. And so she and basically if you listen to the lyrics of the song, she's feeling like she's in love with him. But go to the comments. Do y'all think she's really in love, or is this just the initial newness of something different and he done laid it down on her sexually?
That's all love is.
Well, I don't know. I would argue that, but not right now. Bryce is all alone. And she out here running the streets. She gets real disrespectful. They just running the streets, going down the street, shopping and being together and everything. And Bryce is like, where's my wife? And he, Harley drops her off at home after their day of whatever they've been doing. And Bryce is kind of slow because he just now figuring out like, oh man, this dude just slid in my spot. And so Judith went into work and she tries to quit, but then Janice, the matchmaker, fires her because she like, I heard you going into business with him and stuff like that. So you fired now. And her attitude has changed. But the thing is, she's also doing lines of coke,
But Janice tried to tell her. She warned her early on. But then she was
in another
like,
league.
I wish you all the best with your struggle.
But you have no idea what you're in for. And then what's hilarious, because she's been having this terrible French accent the entire time, talking about Janice. And that's Vanessa Williams' character. And then she's like, girl, everybody know you from Georgia. You went for 2 weeks to Paris and all of a sudden you got a French accent. And then in the end, she drops the French accent and she like, get the hell out of my office. And I thought that was kind of funny. So meanwhile, at work, Melinda asked Bryce what's wrong because Bryce looking all crazy. What I'm going to do about my wife? So he confides in her that he thinks he's lost his wife. And he's like, I can't believe it. I don't know what I did wrong. And so Melinda's like, look, sometimes we get comfortable. And then Bryce is saying, I didn't even know she was unhappy. So Bryce asks what he should do, but then he comes up with his own answer. And Bryce goes and finds Judith at Harley's house. And Harley's having this gathering with people, and so Judith is laid up with Harley on the couch with some other, women, and they just a denison. And so he tells her, let's go. And Harley's like, look, baby, I'm getting tired of this. So he in front of her husband calling this woman baby. Clearly something is going on. But Bryce snatched up Judith and takes her outside. And then he's like, this how you do me? And
he tried to save her.
He like, you don't know how much I love you. If you just come home right now, I won't even mention it. I would again. And he just begs her. He's crying and he's begging her to come home. She looked him dead in his face and she's just like, I really hope you find a nice girl. That's what she tells him. And she's like, I feel dead with you. I want to feel alive and wanted, and you took me for granted. And I don't just want a good guy. I want a phenomenal guy. And you're not phenomenal. I just hope it was the drugs. I can only think that it had to be the drugs because she wasn't like this before.
Yes, she was.
What?
How did she even get with him?
So she said some really cutting things to him. And then he's like, well, she's like, well, we got someone, we could pay somebody who can help you through and counsel you through this. And he like, fine, and I'll help you pack. And she's like, I don't need nothing. I'm gonna just need my laptop. That's it. I don't need nothing I got at that house. And so then Melinda, his coworker at the pharmacy is there to help him pick up the pieces. And then, Bryce is feeling terrible. And then he tries to kiss her and she stops him and she's like, we're not attracted to each other. And I thought that was funny too. And then she continues to be supportive and a good friend to him, because I sure thought like she was just going to be like, let me comfort you, baby. So then Judith shows up to the house for her laptop. And Harley is like, yeah, let me go in and see how this guy got you living. Harley is just ridiculous and bold and crazy. Both of them crazy and high. So her mama is in there with the church women praying in the living room. And they walk in on this. She ain't even phased. She just like, whatever. So the mama is begging her, like, look, don't leave. My prayer has been answered. My baby came home. She's trying to save her. But Judith just don't want to be saved. And she's trying to get the laptop from her mama. Harley intercedes and snatches the laptop from the mama. And then the mama and shoves the mother to the floor, basically. The mother is on the floor, and Judith, this is the only thing that kind of wakes her up a little bit, because she like, you don't push my mama on the floor. And then the next thing, she's trying to help her mama. She's trying to, deal with this. And Harley snatches her up and is like, come on. So then they arguing back at Harley's house when they get home, and he's like, you just gonna take her side like that? You gonna take your mama's side? And she's like, but basically you wrong. And then she says to him, just because your mother abandoned you in a crack house don't mean you have to abuse mine. Listen, her mouth been reckless for the last 24 hours. And so Judith is like, well, I'm gonna just give you some air. Basically she gonna leave for a little while. And then he just straight punches her in the face. So she's about to get a dose of reality right in the face. Next thing, we look at Melinda. She's confessing to Bryce that she has HIV, and she got it from her ex who was sleeping around. And then she's like, Harley, da da da. And then, man, dun dun dun, we hear Harley. So Harley is Melinda's ex this whole time, and so Melinda is the one he's been talking about. And so Bryce is like, Harley, that's who my wife is with. So Bryce goes to try to save Judith at Harley's house, and he busts down the door and everything and finds Judith beat up in the tub. Harley is all coked out or whatever. And then Bryce rescues her, carries her out physically. And she's like, I'm so sorry, da da da. Thank you for, And then she's just like, you think we could fix it? We could be together now. And Bryce, I don't know that he answers in that moment. But Melinda has come to help rescue and is with him in the truck, and they get Judith in the truck and stuff like that. And then Bryce goes back into where Harley is, and he confronts Harley, and he started beating up Harley, then shoved him and Harley through a pane glass window that's in Harley's house. He's just beating him up. But then Melinda comes, she intervenes. She's like, look, you gonna kill him. And then Bryce is like, don't you ever come near her or my wife again. So this is the first time we really see Bryce in, aggressive, right? Because he was always letting cooler heads prevail. And so after all of that happens, then we are back to the beginning. The counselor is talking to this woman who was about to step out on her husband. And so the woman asks, she's like, well, so she got HIV? And the counselor is like, yeah, she got it. So then after that, she's like, well, I'm going home to my husband. I ain't messing with this man. So, this was supposed to be a cautionary tale that worked for this woman who was being counseled and stuff like that. So then we see the counselor, walking across the street. Oh, what's across the street but the drugstore? And Karen, who has Melinda, Melinda had changed her name from Karen. So Karen is there at the store. And then we see an older, more mature Bryce. And he's the pharmacist, and this is his pharmacy. And he's like, well, how you doing? And they talking, and she's like, I'm about to go to church. Mama is there waiting for me. So see, her mama didn't abandon her. And then he's like, oh, well, these new medications for your T cells, blah, blah, blah. So then, in these moments, we realize that the counselor is actually Judith. She wasn't talking about her sister. She was talking about herself. And so she picks up her medications, and then on the way out, I was never on Oprah. Now, I know, basically that same moment, like from Waiting to Exhale. On the way out, Bryce's wife and son come in. So he's got a little boy that looked to be like maybe 2-3 years old, something like that. and his wife, you know, and they come in and they like it, and the boy's like, hey daddy, you know, and then that's how the movie ends.
Yeah, and
So
Judith walks away.
Yeah, and then Judith walks away. So first thing, let me ask you, earlier in the film, Bryce was like, I would die for you. This is what he told her when they were laying in the bed. But clearly when he had time to contemplate that, he decided he wasn't willing to stay with her. You know, and what do you, and to the comments too,
it's
do you think it was HIV? That's why? Do you think he would have stayed with her if she hadn't had HIV? Do you know, like, is it the illness?
I don't think so. So the thing is too, you know, even though it happened,
or what she did,
that once the kid walks in, Judith doesn't have children, right? He wanted an actual family, and he couldn't basically do that in whenever this was set,
2013 or when before, right?
I guess because he was gray by the time the end is. So maybe 20 years. It just that little timeline part just kind of messed up. Because of the cell phone aspect when you throw in these technologies.
Because you do have a different actress playing her. He got gray hair. She is
and they were supposedly older. 20s. So I say maybe in 15 years you could probably have some grays like that. But they look like they wanted to make him much older.
You know, so let's say fast forward, maybe he's 40. But, you know, this, yeah. So this was her situation. And I don't know. You know, I don't know what. All I can know is that this is the sum total of everything that clearly made him not choose that. Or, you know, once she got sober, did she decide that she let him go? You know,
probably not. I think it was probably him. Like once you got that, it's just kind of like, well, that just changes.
That changes
your
the
life.
the calculus of everything. So that's the situation, and what happened in the film. But do you think it was a good movie?
I do. I think so. When I mentioned this, and we were probably talking about something else, and I was like, oh yeah, and Temptation. I think it was you or maybe, and then the people in the comments. I was like, because I didn't remember what happened, but I remembered that I thought it was a good movie. And then people, I was like, okay, well, maybe I misremembered, but it's a good movie, and it's Tyler Perry's best movie. I have no idea what anyone else is talking about. I looked at some kind of reviews, and people were like, it's the most misogynistic movie I ever seen. Tyler Perry hates women and all this. And I'm like, this movie was good. I just don't understand.
So I think that because everything was hyper focused on what the main character did and didn't do and did wrong, that there isn't enough analysis and it's on what Bryce did wrong, you know, and what each of them. So two people can do the same thing, and the universe, if you will, the Lord, whatever your belief system is. How they would have it is that one person gets a consequence that's not the same as somebody else.
What did Bryce do wrong?
You know, I told you earlier, you know, like the idea that he was developing a personal relationship, even though it was just a caring one, that could have been a problem. Now, that's not the same as what she did and what she was willing to do in her level of unhappiness in her marriage at that moment or frustration. But what I'm saying is, like, the example I give is, you know, people drink and drive all the time. Somebody has drunk and drive and one time and killed somebody. Somebody's drunk and drive a bunch of times, never got pulled over, never got caught, never got arrested. And so I say
Bryce didn't get up and go hide behind a tree to find this woman.
Yeah, that's true. So I'm not saying that what they did was on the same level. But what I'm saying is we don't talk about things that both of them did that contributed to the problems. Now, neglect, you know, he neglected her in some ways that I won't say made her do it, because I don't think that's the case. But I just think that he contributed to her feeling unhappy, and he knew it because it was the second year in a row he forgot her birthday, and he knew that that was important to her too. So he was falling down in some ways. No, he wasn't just womanizing and other things like that, but his care and his concern for things, it was like he maybe was a little bit dismissive of what she needed emotionally to stay filled up for that
and all of that stuff was in the movie. And it wasn't that he just missed her birthday, the very cliche thing, but it was 2 years in a row, right?
And late nights and being focused on job, not being focused on her, or whatever. So
and then they played him for weak, right? All this stuff is in here.
And see, I didn't like that. I did not like how he was portrayed, like he was weak. Yeah, that's the best way I can put it. Like portrayed he was less of a man. Like, but I don't like that the perception is that he's less of a man because he didn't want to fight those guys on the street. He said they could have had a gun. I think he was always trying to look at long-term effects of his decisions that he made. And that's just a different person. I don't think he's a wimp, because if he was a wimp, he wouldn't have gone back upstairs to try to whoop Harley's butt, and did.
He was knocked out.
Well, I guess.
Like what?
So do you think he was a wimp? Do y'all think he was a wimp in the comments?
I don't, but I don't understand how that is the commentary, right? We're looking at the movie we're just seeing what happened. I know how Judith felt about it, that she thought he was weak and should have done something, right? So those are the things that contribute to why she done what she done, right? Or points to whatever or supposed flaws in his character.
Right.
But I don't think so. But then we just say, okay, we don't talk about Bryce, right? And, Tyler Perry hates women because of whatever we seen from Judith. But we have this whole other character of Harley.
Yeah.
Who is basically the villain in the film.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. So whether I think it's a good movie, I do think it's a good movie. From all of the stuff that it made, y'all know, I think a movie is good based on what it makes me contemplate, Yeah,
so the thing is, all of the things that was put in here in the beginning added up to the things that happened, right? So the dude on the bike, what I'm saying, that was like a subtle sign of how aggressive it was, but that brought her in. The whole thing of he is telling her, she wants something different, right, and exciting. Basically, she gets the opposite, right, of what's with her husband, the stable, whatever thing, the more calm guy. Then she got the crazy wild sex, aggressive. Then you got the rich. The whole money part is very big because of the value we place on money. She gets on a jet, you know what I'm saying? And then she feels a certain way and then my dreams can be answered.
And because he seems concerned about her dreams.
Right. And he can make it happen. Right. That's not like, that's a critique of misogyny, right? Where this idea about being able to provide monetarily versus the guy who doesn't have anything but is just a good person. You know what I'm saying? So,
and who will eventually, who is building himself and will have things.
Yeah. Some of the problems though was like the whole Melinda thing was overdone, right? How she's just running very paranoid and all this, and we already know it was gonna be this guy. Right. So yeah. And she never told them who her ex was when it's just this famous guy and stuff,
And let me just say, it reminds me of twist on twist on twist. That's one of the things that Tyler Perry loves to do, is have some twists and, have you going back and forth and all of that.
I think it was just two, really, right?
Yes, but we just covered, and it actually should drop the same day as this video. We covered the movie Highest to Lowest starring Denzel Washington, and did a review of that. That is actually on our other channel. I'm gonna link that in the description because I say something about these and basically in that film how twists affect the way we see movies in that. And I'm not going to ruin it for you, but it reminds me that, sometimes these twists just can be too much.
Yeah.
Like we going to find out something we didn't expect to find out. It's just like so formulaic that it becomes very predictable.
But what makes this a bad movie?
So
what's the one that they say is really good with the Charlotte and whatever?
The Family That Prays.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What makes that better than this movie?
I don't know.
A road trip movie where nothing happens?
Maybe because there were more dynamics going on. This focuses only on one relationship. That one focused on friendship. mother-daughter relationships, mother-son relationships, all these familial relationships, and then also multiple romantic relationships.
But I think it's interesting that Tyler Perry hates black women and he hates black men.
Yeah, I don't think that that's true. I think that the critique that from this film that, you know, is so misogynist. Now, what I would say is it can be cliche, right? Because everybody's like, oh, you know, Desperate Housewives, that idea, right? The idea that every wife, I mean, she wasn't a housewife, but you know, is going to be bored because her husband is stable, you know, that doing the right thing and being with the husband, and I put doing the right thing.
But the whole thing up too is that the man forgets your birthday. He don't pay attention to you because he's watching sports, right? Those things are in there.
Yeah, they're just
but
cliche.
Then when you talk about like, oh, how you portray a woman, Kim Kardashian is in the film and she is the embodiment. Mm-hmm. It happens. We know one of the biggest stars who millions and millions of women follow is right there. And what type of woman is she? Y'all might. I know some people who like, oh, she's so great and all this. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
If you hear women talk about, so there are women who idolize Kim Kardashian, who think, oh, look at her, she's a mogul, she's a great business person, and now she's even a lawyer. And
what that character Ava cared about, that's what Kim Kardashian cared about, and some other things, right?
Yeah,
that's what she embodies. So
I think that there were true representations, but just like usual with Tyler Perry, these are overblown. Everything's exaggerated, right? They're not necessarily realistic to this degree. You know, and
which ones were exaggerated, right? So if I compare the mother in Boys in the Hood to Harley, that was very subtle on how he happened. Some guy who's trying to get a woman is going to be very over the top like that, to saying doing all the right things. And there wasn't ashtray bitch was just all of a sudden he snaps.
A line from a Fall from Grace.
They basically had a fight, right? He showed his character, but we seen the subtle signs like with the guys on the bike who he got overly aggressive with.
Yeah.
Right? But then when they got into this little conflict, then with her mother, and then it basically spilled over into the house.
Well, so here's my question. Is there ever a time when a guy who is overly aggressive with men,
not overly aggressive,
never ever have hit a woman or gotten overly aggressive with a woman? Like, does that exist? Because every time I see a man who acts and behaves like he was acting in here, that's always a red flag to me. I feel like, you know, a guy who behaves like this would potentially hit women. And I immediately start thinking, oh, if my sister was with them, if my, you know, cousin was with them, if my whoever, you know, I would be a little nervous.
Yeah.
And especially because, you know, things like that are often hidden. You know, you don't really know who is getting beaten on at their house. You don't know what's going on behind closed doors a lot of times.
So I think the whole Melinda thing was maybe exaggerated. I don't know. Maybe some women like that. But it's just like putting on the hoodie. He found me a year ago, but she probably was really paranoid, right? But I just didn't like that whole thing, how that was shown. It was just, that was over the top.
Well, and then
But a movie doesn't have to be perfect to be good. So.
Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, I think to me, there's no question this was a good movie. I don't feel like this was Tyler Perry's best movie, but part of that has to do perhaps with nostalgia and just certain things I like about film. You know, the first Why Did I Get Married will always be my favorite, with The Family That Prays being a close second. But this one is up there. You know, this was a good movie. And but if you take it with the cautionary tale trope, it fits right in and it meets all the it checks all the boxes.
Yeah, but so does every other movie that people like. That's what makes movies. You have the cautionary tale trope or the, you know, whatever moral there is. Otherwise, we won't even like the movies, right?
And what I will say, I think he did successfully, Tyler Perry, is that he went through and he touched on a lot of different things, because we got, you know, like the departing from your upbringing to living a lifestyle that's different. We have a drug culture. We have this shallow appearance-based kind of culture that we saw with Kim Kardashian's character that you had touched on earlier. we have the tradition of, marrying young and a quote unquote traditional marriage and lifestyle. Then we have that juxtaposed against, being wild and free and all of that. So there are so many different themes that are touched on in here, and all related to morality on some level. Now, the one thing I kind of don't like is that, that she wound up with HIV in the end. Although that's a very realistic thing, and we've seen it happen. We've all read the stories. But
why
of
don't
people
we
who've
like
gotten
it? Right? I think it's stigmatized. That's why a lot of people who review it talk about it. And then she have to have it. Well, she was doing these things. Yeah. And on drugs and stuff, and drinking and doing all. What? You know what I'm saying?
The reason I don't like it is because
he did it because of stigmatized too.
Yeah, well,
right, because that's the worst that could happen, right? If it just ended some other way and you just got beat, then whatever. But now you got this other thing that was the propaganda of the 80s and the 90s too.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
Yeah, it's just.
No, you say you didn't like it.
Oh, I didn't like that she got it because it makes it like that is the punishment. Right. And so it's not just the stigma of alone in the way people, have treated and continue to treat people with HIV and AIDS, but it's also the idea that you got it as a punishment because you were sinful. And I don't like that reinforcement of that message, even though it's never said. Right. It's kind of like part of the reason it's stigmatized is because there is and was the idea that the people who suffered from HIV and AIDS deserved it in some way.
What about her getting beat? Does that seem as a punishment?
It depends on who's looking. Some people would
we
say,
watch the same movie.
So what I'm saying, to me, is it seen as a punishment? No, I don't. So I guess what I'm talking about the interpretation that other people could have looking at the film. And that doesn't represent how I feel about it. But what I'm saying is some people would look at it and go, see, if you hadn't been cheating on your husband, you wouldn't have got beat. You wouldn't have wound up with HIV.
Right.
You wouldn't have all these bad things happen because of your actions
because somebody may take it the wrong way. Right? Because the same thing happened. She got beat because of all of those actions. She got HIV because of all of those actions. So at what point does it not?
Well, I mean, so it reinforces really biblical
if she had
perspectives,
died,
which we know that he had, which is the wages of sin is death. Now, it's not meant exactly like immediate death.
That's
but in
one of the things that people always mention when they talk about infidelity. Don't bring nothing back. You gonna go out there and get something.
But that's a more recent thing, and by recent I mean in the more recent decades than in the past, because it wasn't killing people quick the way HIV did. If you got syphilis, eventually you might die, but without treatment.
Yeah.
But it took a longer time. But it was
the idea that there's these diseases, and
yes,
why not include the extreme, like these things? When we watch the movies about selling dope, people die.
Yes.
So
actually what is included and as I think about it more, what's always included in the films tends to be extremes and not realistic things necessarily. It is a story that could happen, but the story is not what happens to most people.
Right. And I think that if it wasn't that these weren't attractive and well-off people, then it would be more okay that one of them had HIV. Or if they was just gay men.
Yeah, and I think that that's how people might look at it, right? When I look at it, I feel like I feel just that the overarching message is that what happened to you was your punishment versus just the simple idea that there are consequences to actions, and sometimes everybody doesn't get the same consequence from the same action, and that's how life goes, and it's not fair.
Right, but that's right. What about Melinda? Was it shown as her punishment?
No,
because we didn't know what led
we don't know her.
The guy.
Yeah, we don't know what led to that situation.
But what we seen was that she was enticed by this smooth talking guy, who, when we talked about somebody being a master manipulator, and I was talking about how money basically just does it, right? Then, but that was there to easily manipulate her. If he hadn't had the money, it wouldn't have been the same.
No,
right?
because he couldn't have said, I can offer you your dreams and giving you this lavish lifestyle.
But it would be like you're to blame for being enticed by something that easily enticed most of us.
Mm-hmm.
In a capitalistic world where you can't follow your dreams.
Well, and then look, when you wrap that up with what you might see within the church these days with ideas of prosperity gospel and name it and claim it, and it's fine to be rich. We should be rich. We should all have money and get money.
Yeah, that's your reward and all that.
Yeah. So it's a lot of mixed messages. It's very muddled up, but again, one of the reasons that I like the film is that it causes me to question what was going on. What were the dynamics? Was she intending to actually cheat with physically and have sex with this man? Was she violated or was she not violated?
And how different their two lives are too, right?
Yeah.
Because the rich guy, he has the same disease or syndrome, I don't know, illness, whatever it's called. He has the same virus. He can live this lifestyle that she can't, even though she has the same thing, right? Your consequences are going to be different. You need to think about that, right? Yeah.
Well, and I mean, even if you think about like how it was for rich people once there were drugs that could treat HIV, like today, it's not the same death sentence that it was in the past. And we talk about this a lot because, as a child, I remember writing, when I was in single digit grades, like, 4th, 5th grade, writing about AIDS, acquired immune deficiency syndrome, and it was being new and people not really knowing, about it and stuff like that. And we had in-depth conversations about this related to, what movie was that? Dead Presidents. And we were talking about what Skip may have had. And I guess I can link that video in the description, but we were saying, like, did Skip know he was going to die? And the question was always out there, what did Skip have? Something was in his blood and stuff like that. And we had people who were like, oh, well, HIV didn't come around until the 80s. No. It's documented that it was around far longer than that, and maybe even as early as the 60s. So that's a conversation that we have related to that. And it was a death sentence in the beginning. Yeah. Even the rich people were dying in the beginning. Liberace and, all manner of famous people. And so later, though, it became different. By this time, by 2013, somebody who had the money to afford the best drugs, even back in the day, think about when Magic Johnson came, even though some people say he never had it, but I don't believe that. But Magic Johnson, he was in a position to afford the best of everything, and he's still alive and appears to be pretty healthy.
Yeah.
At this point, when a lot of people who were diagnosed around that time didn't survive it.
Yeah.
And that's the privilege of money.
But so the thing is, too, if we get these movies like this and then these sort of issues are never brought up. So let's say he didn't give her this, then we just end up not having these movies.
Or the conversation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Them.
Having the movies with the thing in it, right? It'll just, we'll go 15, 20 years. And how come nobody in a movie ever had HIV? Because it's taboo, to have this.
Yeah.
And I think we're basically coming upon these things, right? Certain things just never shown in movies, right? Like the time where they say, well, all black people ain't in the hood, right? So then we get all of this slew of media where we just show lawyers and marketers, right?
Marketers, and doctors.
Right. But then I can't say, not every black person is a marketer, a doctor, or a lawyer.
Right.
But then that's just more acceptable. And right. So then we start telling these sanitized stories that really ain't that pressing.
Well, and I say this all the time, and I'll reiterate it again, because it bears repeating. We deserve to have all of us represented, meaning all of our culture, all of the different socioeconomic levels within the culture. We deserve to be able to analyze films that are the best, the worst about a subject that's comedy or drama. And I don't think any of it is wrong, right? Because if it's representing the culture, it just can't be wrong.
Yeah.
And we deserve to be able to have that out there, just like the quote unquote dominant culture has films about everything, good movies, bad movies. Like, we deserve to be able to have bad movies too, even if they are bad. This ain't a bad movie, but you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but some of the glorification of certain things too. It's like, but they movies just have messaging, and some messaging you just ain't gonna agree with.
Yeah. But the more things that we have that diversify, the better.
Yeah.
So every movie shouldn't be a hood movie. Every movie shouldn't be about, a lawyer and a doctor, but we need those movies that are about lawyers and doctors and TV shows that are about that. Like, I just think that we should be showing the diverse ways that we live in the culture.
Yeah, because like when I'm on streaming services looking for something, and then everything, a cop, former FBI agent, former military, a cop, law enforcement, like this is just crazy, man. I'm tired of it's hard to find something to watch. I'm tired of seeing about cops.
Yeah, because there are a lot of, and people love those TV shows, right? They like a lot of cop stuff. They like a lot of
because that's all there is. What else you gonna watch?
Well,
because nobody's making any. Well, people's trying to.
But
make
I mean,
it,
there are all
you know.
kinds of niches. Like, I didn't even realize that this was a thing until a few years ago. But like the Hallmark holiday romance niche, I love it. I love it. All the little holiday
Christmas
movies where they fall in love. Yeah, a bunch of Christmas. But like B ones with plenty of black folks in them, right? Because Melinda Williams, the actress, she stars in a whole series of them. And I was like, oh my gosh, they have another one. I mean, and I love it. And so did Kelly Rowland from Destiny's Child.
And like Superstore, right? Oh, look, who would have thought? Show about people working in a grocery store.
Basically like a Walmart kind of deal, right?
Yeah. Like, what? Why is it only basically one? Mm-hmm. That's crazy when so many people are like, what? It's not really any fast food series. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, people do all these things and for some reason.
That could make fun of everyday life.
Yeah.
But maybe it's because so many people watch to escape and, you want to see like a lifestyle that isn't your own in some way, and maybe that's the allure for some people.
But so people in the medical profession watch those medical shows and they aren't escaping. Like people like to see themselves represented, which is why when you see a hood film versus always watching a lawyer, but like how many black people lawyers? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yes.
That's why.
Although I can say that my dad made a comment because we were watching a TV show, The Family, my mom and the rest of us were there watching it, and he came in.
What the hell is The Family was watching?
Yeah, The Family. No. So my siblings and, and I and my mom were sitting there watching, and he came in from work and he saw what we were watching, and he made a comment later. He was like, I see that all day at work. I'm not trying to watch that on TV. And I just thought that was sort of funny because I would think that maybe you would be interested in things that are about your job, but maybe because of the stress level or something, it was.
Yeah, it was a comedy?
No, it was a drama.
Yeah, see this.
Yeah, it was a drama.
But who knows? I guess and people are different, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Yes. But yeah, so but I thought this movie was good. Let us know in the comments. Did you think the movie was good? What did you like, didn't like? And were you one of the people who felt it was misogynistic? And if you did, please explain. And not in any sort of combative way, but just so that we can better understand.
And give
that
details. Don't just be like, because you make women look bad. You have to give examples. And also why you think the movie was bad. Give examples.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But basically make a case,
yeah.
So that we have something to go off of.
But I love these discussions that have been prompted. One thing a Tyler Perry movie is good for is presenting scenarios that are good for discussion.
Yeah.
So, but I thought this was good. Now I'm interested in seeing how they're going to actually do this in a format for a play, which we're going to discuss next.
Well, the thing is, the play came first, so
we'll see how the story changed, you know, or didn't change.
But it's called The Marriage Counselor, so I don't think it would, the original, right, would be that this is our predictions before seeing it. We can come back to this. I don't think that it would be that she's telling a story about her past.
For those of you who don't know, you should visit axiom.app And you'll be able to look at all of the recent videos across all of our channels. And I'm putting that on the screen right now just so y'all can see it and see what it looks like. Because there are a ton of videos that are over there. And also, I think that there are at least about 100 exclusive videos that are available for our Patreon members and our YouTube members. So, you know, if you're interested in more of our content, as I've seen many of you binge watching, be sure to check those things out.
We've discussed Tyler Perry's 2013 film Temptation, Confessions of a Marriage Counselor already.
But the one thing we haven't talked about is The Marriage Counselor, the play that ran for years before being released as a film.
And y'all been asking for it.
So join us for a full breakdown of The Marriage Counselor, the play from 2009, as we find out how Judith is going to ruin her marriage this time.
There will be spoilers, but I don't know if people are going back to watch the plays.
I think people are. Somebody in the comments from the previous one that we had covered said that they are watching the plays. But, you know, if you haven't seen the plays, or the other thing is, as one of the viewers pointed out, and we appreciate it, the plays are not necessarily the same. The ones on the DVDs that we're showing you are not necessarily the same as the ones that are streaming. So, you know, you got different plays that have been recorded, different versions of the play, and they may be running at different times. So this may give you an opportunity to see a version you haven't seen. But this is the one that is from 2008 or 2009, because there's some conflicting information. The box actually has one date, I think 2008. And then the online IMDb stuff says 2009.
Right.
So
I think he wrote it, right? And they started basically performing it in 2008. And then this recording was 2009. And we know how that changed. They changed actors and all these different things. So the version that we have, I believe, is 2009.
But on the box it says 2008, so it's like, it's weird. So anyway, that's for the people, those of you who like precision and who are eager to correct us in the comments for the dates that we put out here. The bottom line is this play ran before and after it was actually recorded, and so this original music, just so you guys know, is by Tyler Perry and Elvin Ross. So again, just like his previous plays, he's writing the music there, which I think is like, it's amazing that you can write the play, perform in the plays. I don't know if he's in this one, but perform in them. And, and you're writing music, which is a very, I think, different thing. But maybe he does the lyrics and somebody else is doing the actual music. I don't know. But either way, I think it's to his credit to really show the talent that he was showcasing to make it, because I think it's easy to look at where he is now as this huge, billionaire mogul who has his own studios and all that, and just think that, oh, well, he didn't really have much talent and look at what he's doing. But when you look at what he was doing back then and for then, that's, an important thing. So this particular one that we're viewing was recorded in Cleveland. And so Tyler Perry said that he had found a new cast of people to give opportunities to. So also we see him trying to give opportunities to unknown actors. And, of course, there's probably a little bit of benefit to that, which is that it's cheaper. But, I think that's good too. You're showing people who haven't been shown. Now, this is important, I think, because he also talks about that the box office doesn't know how to count his predicted box office numbers for his movies. And he's like, they're always like, oh, we predict this amount. And he always would far, exceed how much that they expected him to bring in.
I don't think they're really accurately trying to predict it, right? What they're doing is trying to blackball black filmmakers like they always done. Oh, it's not gonna do this and whatever, and then so we can only give you this much money.
Yeah, that's another thing. So either way, the black audience, Tyler Perry was keen on the black audience and understood that there obviously was money to be made in capitalism, right? But also that, we had unmet needs in terms of our entertainment that nobody was addressing, and that people would come out and they would pay to see these live performances. The other thing is that he talks about being criticized for, your plays are on the Chitlin circuit. And, we all know that the Chitlin circuit is basically like where smaller performers, many times from the historically where, black performers who were not allowed to come into larger venues to perform, except except the very most, the top tier ones, right? other than that, you were on the Chitlin circuit. And he was saying, like, we need to have some respect for the Chitlin circuit. Be proud, because this is Black people becoming famous amongst their own. And that is
our
important.
Venues and stuff. That's
exactly.
the thing. It's like, oh, you only go to Black venues, so what? I'm only respectable if I go perform for white people.
You know, so that's a whole commentary in and of itself. And the other interesting thing about this particular cast is that there is a white cast member, and because there's a white character in the play, and he says about her, you know, once in a while you find a white girl that can sing like, and then he just kind of lets it trail off. And, you know, I think he was saying, you know, sing like she's Black is what he implies.
Well, we'll see.
So we gonna see.
What I do know from kind of skimming the DVD is that it's too much singing.
You always say that.
Because like, if you know how you just scrub through, and every time I click somewhere, then it's a song.
Mm-hmm.
It's I don't know. We're gonna see.
Well, it's got to feel a little bit like church too, right? And there's a lot of singing in most churches. So the cast. All right. And I'm just going to run through this because you probably don't know most of their names, but I think it's important to point out who's in here. So we have Tamar Davis as Judith, the main character, Dr. Judith Jackson. We have Tony Grant as Roger Jackson, her husband. Palmer Williams Jr. as Floyd. Altrina Grayson as TT. Stephanie Ferret as Becky. Brandy Milton, Myra Beasley, Nicole Jackson. Tim and Kyle Durrett, and Johnny Gilmore as Reverend Tank Washington. So that's who we have.
Becky. Okay, bro.
I know he actually names the white character Becky. All right, well, let us get into it. But first, if you're watching this, chances are Tyler Perry has you hooked, whether you love his films, love to hate them, or you just can't resist them as a guilty pleasure. But here's what you might not know. We've already gone deep into Tyler Perry land, and we've got entire playlists breaking down his stories, his characters, and all the drama that you can't stop talking about. So don't miss out. Hit the description for links to our playlist, the Ultimate Why Did I Get Married playlist, and the Ultimate Tyler Perry playlist. Trust me, you'll want to binge these and share them with your friends.
It opened up with a song. So we had the mama Titi, and she was praying for her son-in-law.
Can you please help my son-in-law pay all these bills? He's trying, Lord.
So the mama was praying for her son-in-law, and then everybody just started singing together. So it's already a song.
Down by the riverside, boy, down by the riverside.
Yeah, I mean, it just basically opens with that. But before this, we do get kind of like a little bit of a montage, and it sort of gives you a feel of like Waiting to Exhale or something like that, how they do at the beginning, where you're introduced to characters by
11 characters.
Yes, by them explaining, oh, you know, their primary issue, right? You know, how in Waiting to Exhale, Robin, you know, you hear their inner monologue and whatever.
And I'm not a stripper. I'm an exotic dancer, boo. And we'll see if our marriage can be saved.
So there's like a little part at the very beginning where you get the inner monologue, and then we see this singing. And this is how we're introduced to like the first four characters, right? And so we have TT, who is Judith's mother.
Thank you, sweetie. And you're looking beautiful this morning.
We're introduced to Judith. Judith is the main character.
That is right, mama.
She's the one who is the marriage counselor. And then Judith's husband, Roger.
I noticed you look beautiful in what looks like another new outfit.
And by the way, in the film, her husband's name was Bryce, but this is Roger. So I don't know how different Bryce and Roger are, but, you know, the husband had a name change before the movie came out. And so then we also have Floyd, who is Roger's father.
Yeah.
All you gotta do is take an R&B song, put Jesus in it, and it's a gospel song.
So they basically are living with their, you know, each of one of their parents, his father and her mother. And so we'll just kind of, you know, call them kind of mama, daddy. TT and Floyd are their actual character names. And so the other thing is they did do a little dig at Kirk Franklin. And they were talking about all you got to do to make a gospel song is take an R&B song and then add Jesus to it. You know,
but wasn't your girl doing that though before Kirk Franklin?
Who?
The one from the 80s.
You mean the Clark sisters?
Yeah, Clark sisters.
Yeah. The Clark sisters did that too. But, Kirk Franklin, they never got as big as Kirk Franklin. Like Kirk Franklin just, was really big. And if you think about what was happening in the Christian church, the Black Christian church at that point, is a lot of people didn't like Kirk Franklin's, I guess you could call it marriage of like secular music with the gospel.
He was taking rap music and everything and doing it to rap songs.
When I tell y'all, if you were too young to know and remember when the song Stomp came out, and Salt from Salt and Pepper, the female rap duo, was on that song. Listen, that song you could not get away from. It was played nonstop. It was a jam at the time. I remember it, and it was being played, on the regular R&B urban stations.
Yeah, but
in the regular rotation.
Yeah, but he took Tupac and Scarface and interpolated that.
But what he did, what happened was he figured out how to reach a new generation, a younger generation of people with the music. And I think that is what's failed now, right? Is that we don't have the younger people coming into the church, which is why, one of the reasons why I think church attendance is down, because the church got old and it never got young again. You got to figure out a way to, reach a new generation every time there's a new generation. And if you don't, then you're going to have church attendance and that, falling off.
Before you were just kind of forced, right? Because it was still old back in like the 80s and 90s too, but I guess it's kind of the more contemporary type of gospel folks, right? The more closer to CCM type of thing. So you kind of got like bands and just a whole different sort of a church that's just like, we're not like stuffy churches, you know what I mean?
Right. Now, another thing that was brought
weird.
up in early on is it seems like they wound up all living together, perhaps because of Hurricane Katrina. And so this is mentioned. Now, remember, this play that we're watching came out in 2008, 2009 timeframe. And so this is a few years after Katrina because it made landfall,
2005.
In 2005, in August of 2005.
But I wonder why he never really had it in any movie. Like, when you think about it, and then how many actual movies, I seen one about the high school basketball team or whatever, that kind of is about that. You know what I'm saying? Or put it as a backdrop, or you know what I'm saying? Just have it part of the setting.
Yeah.
Or part of the plot. It's weird, and especially being from there.
Yeah, he's from New Orleans, yeah.
Yeah.
Tyler Perry is. So the other thing, then when we get into the actual plot and the storyline or whatever, Roger has forgotten their anniversary.
Roger, you forgot our anniversary, didn't you?
So that's kind of the same as what happened in the movie, except it's instead of it being her birthday, it's their anniversary, which I don't know, in a way is kind of like worse in a sense, because it is like you are forgetting the thing that solidified, I guess, in the minds of a lot of people, solidify your relationship. This is a huge day for you all together, and he has forgotten it, right? And so the mother is making comments, and she's like, well, a man with a child don't forget his anniversary, right?
A man who has kids remembers his anniversary.
So you have her mother pressuring her to have a child. Judith is like, no, we're not ready for that yet.
Mama, I told you we are not ready for that yet.
Like that. And then we get TT and Floyd being at odds with each other.
His soldiers don't march. He must be like his daddy.
Heifer, you don't know my soldiers?
So her mother, his father, becoming the comic relief, much of the way a Medea would, right? It's always these older characters who are the comic relief, and they're fighting each other, insulting each other, and talking about each other or whatever.
Yeah.
But then we also find out that the mama is drinking
On her way back from the liquor store.
Mama!
and the daddy is growing weed in the backyard.
Floyd got a bunch of weed growing in the backyard, and he ain't supposed to.
And while on the surface it's kind of made a joke, you think about, all right, if this is in the aftermath of Katrina and the trauma that, happened for people, then you find folks attempting, even church folks, right, attempting to escape. And so you have a mother who's drinking, and I think each of them have lost their spouses, right? So they're also dealing with grief as well. And so I do think it speaks to, the conditions of these people. And what's interesting is this lady is like she's a marriage counselor, but still she's a therapist of sorts. And not of sorts, she is a therapist. And you got, your mama and his daddy right there in the house with you drinking and showing signs of, coping or attempting to cope and escape. And,
Yes, but where's her money going?
I don't know, because Roger is complaining about how much money she's spending on her outfit, on things. And Roger is stressed out because, you know, he's trying to take care of this whole family.
Yeah, but he says he's going to need help with the bills this month.
I need a little help with the bills this month.
Baby, stop talking about the bills.
Like, what? I guess just because she's not, she isn't contributing, but she's buying new outfits and whatever else and think that she's spending in excess, right?
Okay, so maybe in situations like in certain marriages, I mean, some people view it as the woman's money is her own and she doesn't put that into the family pot because the husband is the provider. Now,
clearly.
I think honestly, in most situations, especially with the economy now, most people ain't seen that type of setup in decades and maybe never, right? But you know, the idea is that whatever the woman does is just for her, and the responsibility of provision is on the husband, and you know, so. But I just think it's crazy that you would be buying new outfits, but he's over here struggling and stressed out, and she's like, "Don't worry." But my thing is like, okay, let's come together and help resolve. So I already see problems with both of these characters from the beginning. He's forgetting the anniversary, and she's over here, you know, burying her head in the sand when he's trying to give her red flags that they're financially in trouble.
Together as a family and try to figure out how we're going to get ourselves out of this little financial bind that we're in.
Yeah, so you probably would call her Miss Woody. Crooklyn?
Oh, okay. Yes. Uh-huh. Miss Woody, yeah, because we talked about that. By the way, we did a whole series of videos on Crooklyn. I'll link that in the description too, so you guys can watch. But the one of the main points about all of these videos we've done, a lot of people do not go to the channels and go and click the video tab because we have so many videos. And if you're just waiting for YouTube to feed you the video, you probably ain't gonna see all the stuff that you could be binging.
But you can go to axiom.app and then there's a search at the top, so you could just search for the movie and then it'll come up all the videos we have on that movie.
Right, across all of our channels, because, you know, if you're only searching the one channel, you might only get those videos. So that's where we are. This has been the stage that is set for what's going to happen in this play. And so the next scene, we see Judith at work, and then Becky comes in.
Now, I mixed Hennessy with Hypnotic last night. I was toe up.
And she has Becky who works for her, and, you know, she comes out with a black scent. But she talks about, you know, that she has some Incredible Hulk, which we used to drink 25 years ago.
What the heck? I don't even know what that was.
Hennessy and Hypnotic.
Oh, okay.
And when you mix it together, because Hypnotic is blue, it turns green.
Oh,
so they called it Incredible Hulk. Yeah.
Well, inform me of that.
Yeah, so basically she has a bunch of clients lined up, and Becky isn't that great of a worker.
Becky was like so inappropriate. You know, she's been reading the cases of the people. Like, she's all in their files.
I mean, you do know he's a pastor and she's a stripper.
Becky, just send them in, okay?
We are introduced to the couples. And then after being introduced to the couples, I'm just thinking, this is why did I get married?
Yeah,
after the movie, like you took the movie and kind of turned it into a play.
Yes.
Because we're introduced to a pastor and a stripper, right? Tank and Patrice.
Okay, please have a seat.
No, sit down, woman. You sit down. Sit down.
And Patrice seemed like Angela.
Washington, you go first.
Good.
Well, why he gotta go first? Because I got something I want to say.
Back to Becky. She's sitting in for part of their, part of their session, which is inappropriate. That's a pastor who's married to a stripper. And so Patrice was the one that you're saying reminds you a bit of Angela, right?
Yeah.
And so, you know, he is what I would call a typical old school kind of preacher who's going to be kind of sexist. You know, he wanted a male counselor. But he wanted a Christian counselor, and he was asking her if she was Christian. And of course, Judith is him and hawing because Judith is not Christian, but she's like, I was raised in the church, you know, but she's not actively participating in in as a Christian, right? She's not practicing. And so they argue, but their problem is that Patrice doesn't want to join the church, and Tank wants her to get saved.
But he just joined 3 years ago, right? So it's kind of like, you know, you just got into something. Somehow you're a pastor, and now
I don't know how that happens, but
then
okay.
It's like you get these ideas of what you think this is, right? What you think Christianity or whatever is, and then that's how you adopt those, I guess, sort of purist ideology into thing, right? oh, a woman should do this, a man's role is this and that, and you're not really that seasoned in this thing that you're practicing, right? To get all the nuances, because like the theologians and stuff, they just gonna go all the way in with the nuances of all of these different religions.
So the and so they touch on kind of a lot of stereotypes, right, of the black church, that the church people are all, basically funky acting, and she doesn't want to be she doesn't want to get saved. She doesn't want to go to the church. She's saying the church folks are too holy, while sometimes she still goes back to the strip club and dances and, still is in
Ain't no
the
problems
life.
in there, huh?
Yeah, that was in the life. So, but again, it reminds me of Why Did I Get Married also, because Judith is like Patricia, because there's one point where she's explaining where the people are explaining their problems. She's like, oh, this is fascinating.
Wow! This is interesting.
And then I immediately thought of Patricia from Why Did I Get Married? Because there's this element of where, people's problems seem fascinating to you. And are you really solving them, or are you kind of getting off on your kink? You're helping them to solve it, or is it just your kink that you like hearing about all this stuff and how people work, and and I mean, Patricia did a whole experiment on her friends.
So y'all know I'm on Blue Sky, right? Somebody posted, by the way, my cousin's Fatal Attractions episode is airing tonight or something, right?
Shut up.
And then somebody commented and they was like, oh, I'm going to watch I Love That Show. And I'm like, wait, that's very weird that would even be the response. You're fascinated because, how I feel about, watching those shows and what those shows are about. We're just getting off on actual true stories of people being murdered. Mm-hmm. That's very weird to respond to somebody. But I was thinking, which is your cousin an actress? You know what I'm saying? Is your cousin a victim? Is your cousin
but you don't want to
perpetrator? Yeah,
I'm
not even touching that at all.
Yeah, that's wild. But I let me just say this. I do find human behavior fascinating, right? Why people do things. I'm always interested in that. But if you're the counselor, then you have positioned yourself as if you are helping, right? So I don't know. I guess your motivations might play into it, but that really reminded me of Patricia, because when we think of Patricia, we all kind of agreed, at least many of you in the comments, that she went too far. Like, you literally, ran this study on your friend.
Yeah, but like other people in different disciplines and even other doctors, it's like, ooh, this is challenging. I want to try this, right?
Right.
I want to try this case that nobody else was able to solve or won't handle. And the person might die, but, if I get to be involved in it and get to possibly be the one, I don't know.
So Patrice, because even the names are similar, right? Patrice, who is the one that is the ex-exotic dancer, the ex-stripper, she says, excuse you at one point, right, to Becky.
But I need you to tell me what seems to be the problem.
Okay,
excuse you. Becky.
And I just want to stop and pay homage to the term excuse you in Black culture. It's one of the things where clearly it's a very rude thing to say to somebody, and you're intending to be rude when you say it. But I just love the fact that a phrase, excuse me, which is intended to be polite, has been turned on its ear and is intended to point out that somebody has overstepped the bounds,
Yeah.
And by saying, excuse you, I really love that. I love that about Black English. I love that. But yeah, excuse you. And the last time I really heard a good excuse you was in Chicago when we were at Harold's Chicken and we had walked in. You remember that?
That is not a good excuse you.
It was not for a good reason, because it was a crazy reason. But the way she said it was on point. So y'all, we were at Harold's Chicken in Chicago. And it's always, and when it's crowded in there were a lot of people, and it
was cold up in there too.
Yes, and Heit is, obviously not from Chicago. So we walked in and we're there, and then a woman is coming in, and I guess she was trying to get in line to place her order or whatever, and she actually bumped into Heit and brushes past him. and then has the nerve to say, excuse you. So it was inappropriate, but the way she said it, she was like, excuse you, and I was just like, oh my gosh. And then I started to think, is this merely regional? Did people used to, because that was very common in Chicago when I was growing up, if somebody had a problem. I don't know. What did they always say, excuse you? Is that something that was common where you grew up in Louisiana?
Yeah, people said it.
Yeah. So I just think this is just, but I love the excuse you thing, even though that was just ridiculous. And I was just saying to myself, okay, just don't say anything. Because, how you got to learn the ropes about being in Chicago. You don't be speaking to people saying, hey, what's up? That is the weirdest thing to me about being in the South, even still, is that every time Heit would wave or nod at somebody, I'm like, oh, you know them? And then he was like, nah, they just, and you were going down the street. I remember we were in Heit's hometown, and I was taking a walk a block or so away from, the house. And a man is driving down the street in a pickup, and he goes real slow, and he looks, and then he waves and is like, hello, or whatever. And then I'm just like, hi. And I felt like, wait, what's going on here? Are you slowing? Am I about to get abducted? What's happening? Because if you're not used to that people actually speak and interact with each other, in Chicago, man, and you start talking and looking at people that you don't know, they're going to wonder what's going on with you. That's on the verge of a threat, sadly, but it's just how the culture is. So anyway, that is the story of Excuse You. So Patricia, why do I keep saying Patricia? Because
one of them
why
is
did I get married?
Right?
Patrice, yes. So Patrice and her husband, they kind of trying to duke it out or whatever, but they eventually just wind up leaving. So clearly, though, Becky is the comic relief in the office settings, right, for this play. But then when they leave, then we get a man, Ronald Henry, who comes in, and he's just smooth talking and smooth walking and whatever.
Hey!
Hey,
Ronald!
Hey, baby girl, hey.
Wow.
And he's somebody that Judith knows from college, and she actually used to date him in college. He comes in like Samuel from Soul Food. If you know, you know.
Oh, well, it's no surprise to me that you still look as good as you do, baby. Look at you.
And
yeah,
so,
but I think I Love My Wife, 2007, Chris Rock. And Washington, what's her name?
Kerry Washington?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Oh, okay. Well, I was thinking you were going to say why.
Because the kind of situation is that he's a successful, I guess he's this guy, he works at an office, he runs into somebody he knew from his past. You know what I'm saying? And then there's this temptation.
And so he starts talking about, him and his wife need counseling and da-da-da-da-da. But like I said, it comes out that she used to date him in college. And I'm like, okay, this is so inappropriate. She knows it's inappropriate, but somehow she still yet agrees to be their counselor, which I think is just crazy.
Yeah, very crazy. That's Patricia, right? From Why Did I Get Married?
And how is your little husband? He says he's an accountant, and you always like these boring guys. So Ronald is going on, and we find out that he was this basketball star, and then he went to play pro after that, and he's like, you just realized you missed out on all this. You could have been rich too,
And you could have been rich.
And she says money ain't everything.
Money ain't everything.
Oh, girl, please.
And he makes the statement that's what people who ain't got no money say.
Money ain't everything. You know what, Jay? That's what everybody says who ain't got money.
And I thought about this, and I was like, yeah, maybe. But it's also a statement that people make when they have money.
Exactly.
And they realize that it's not everything.
I don't think when they realize, when they're trying to manipulate people who don't have money too, right? You don't want this. You know what I'm saying? You got it good. You know how people just...
Well, those people, but...
Yeah, fake flexing.
But there are people who I think do come to understand that, who didn't have money, did everything to get it, got it, and still weren't happy, and realized that it gave you comfort, but it didn't fill you up the way you thought that it would. So Becky comes in and she interrupts because she realizes that, Ronald is just being, too hot to handle, too cold to hold. And so she interrupts or whatever. She gives this note to Ronald, and then she still continues to give her comic relief.
Whip your fine self, Becky. I almost fell. Becky, you saved me.
So then the next couple comes in because he leaves. So she's going to be seeing Ronald and his wife later, but he leaves. So then this man basically comes in who is just like Mike and Sheila.
Anything that got to do with exercising, she ain't trying to do.
He's coming in complaining about his wife's weight, saying she's trying to have sex with me and da-da-da-da-da.
She's always trying to have sex with me.
That's because you haven't touched me in over a year.
It just dawns on me, like what you said. Tyler Perry took certain archetypes and then he just made these archetypes pop up in these different plays.
Yeah, but the thing is that Why Did I Get Married? The film came out in 2007, and if this is created in 2008-ish, right, or maybe even around the same time, it's called The Marriage Counselor, which is basically the role of, Janet Jackson character, Patricia, in that film. It's like you took that and just like, let me just do a play out of this, even though you already had the Why Did I Get Married plays.
Mm-hmm.
So then that turned into this, and then this turned into that movie that we already talked about on this channel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I'm like, okay, but then you already had the Why Did I Get Married play too,
Yeah, but it's different. It's not, he probably was like, oh, the movie with the different characters was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
The different couples. Now
we should
let me
explore that more. Yeah.
But he's always remixing all this stuff. And we don't know if this came first and he turned into the Why Did I Get Married movie and then done this. But then you just basically play off the name and the so-called adaptation so that you could promote the movie Temptation.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, he could probably more clearly explain it if somebody really asked.
Look, if she was a size 4, maybe we could talk about something.
So then the cleaning lady, Lisa, comes in.
Dr. Jackson, excuse me, I didn't know anybody was still working.
And it's late, and, she tells the story of having been in the hospital last week and whatever. And then she tells Judith, hey, I appreciate the opportunity to work here and clean up, but I'm going to have to quit because I have HIV.
I have HIV.
What?
And I've had it for a long time, she says. And then Judith is like, but you don't look sick, Lisa.
Lisa, but you don't look sick.
I know. Most people with my condition don't.
And I thought about this because I was like, okay. She's a counselor, but I would also think that that she should understand by this point, by she, I mean Judith, that like everybody who had HIV at that point, like, you don't necessarily have to look sick because that was the part of the awareness campaigns that were happening in the 80s and in the 90s and even into the 2000s that you can't tell if somebody is HIV positive just by looking at them. So, but I guess it was brought up to reinforce something because somebody said something about that in the video that we did on Temptation, the movie, which is, the same as this play. And they were like, well, this was a cautionary tale and everything. And it was because of that it was to raise awareness, basically. The reason that she had to, that Judith had to wind up with HIV at the end of the movie. And I was just like, but, it was positioned like this was her punishment for stepping out on her husband versus a consequence. And, I feel like I should mention this more and explain it further. A consequence is something that is not a value judgment. It just is a possibility as a result of your action versus a punishment. Being something that is what you deserve according to whatever the rule books are, right? What you deserve because of what you did. So it's saying you were wrong and this is the punishment. And that is the problem that I had with the ending of the film.
But I don't think it shows that either still. I just think that it is our own perceptions of how we take it, whether it's a consequence or a punishment. I don't think the film says it's a punishment on its own.
We argued this out in our breakdown of the Temptation video on the movie. So y'all should go watch that if you haven't already seen it, but we'll link it in the description.
Yeah, but that's why there are people on both sides like that so much. Yeah.
But Judith does ask, how did you get it? And then we get Lisa telling her, hey, my husband, he was out in them streets, basically.
Yeah.
My husband was the kind of man who did anything and any woman he thought he was big and bad enough to do.
And he was a drug addict. And, he was beating her. And so she left him.
And I left him and his bad drug habit quick, fast, and in a hurry.
And then it gets interrupted. Judith gets a call.
He did what?
And, you know, is upset because her husband has canceled their vacation.
About work. Your husband is working. He got a job and you upset.
So Roger is like, look, we ain't spending this money on this vacation. And Lisa's response is like, your husband is working. He got a job.
You got a good man and you need to hold on to him. You hear me?
Girl, Savannah, you got yourself a good man. If you know, that reference is from Waiting to Exhale, right? So again, you got a good man. Try to keep your good man. And then Judith is like, you know, you really helping me put things into perspective because I'm over here talking about him not spending money on our vacation and you fighting for your life. And
here it is, I'm tripping about my marriage and you're sick.
So then we get a song. And let me just say, this song, the voice, the actress's voice is amazing to me. And her voice is so clear and beautiful and she sings well. And the song is basically about how God is still good no matter what you're going through. And all you need to know is that he cares, basically, is the theme of that song.
God, I've had some dark days.
Her voice is good. I mean, in the previous two plays that I've watched, the voices have been of course, Tamala Mann and Cheryl Pepsi Riley, amazing voices and stuff like that. But some of the voices, other people's singing voices were just, you know, they were all right. They got the job done, but I was less impressed. And so I really liked her voice here. What do you think of that in the song?
Yeah, well, that's I didn't really like the song. I don't want to hear the song.
Okay. But her voice to me was great.
Her speaking voice was like J Hud. I know that, but
that Chicago accent.
I didn't want to hear the song. And we still have more to come.
Are you all right? Mama, I am trying to be patient about this, but no, I'm not all right.
So Judah gets home and she's mad because Roger has canceled this vacation. Roger canceled the vacation because of money. And so we see them begin to argue and flesh out what's going on. Roger is like, but I don't understand why Roger didn't just say, hey, look, I don't think we should go and then we should cancel. I'm going to cancel. Okay. Like communication they could have duked it out beforehand. But I think that when you do a thing and then the person just finds out because you canceled it and you didn't talk about it. But one could argue that he tried.
Yeah,
he
but
tried to
either
talk
way,
about it and
why would the travel agent call her? Because the travel agent is trying to keep the business, right? The travel agent is a little shady, right? You know, your husband called and he canceled the thing. I don't know how.
Your husband didn't make that.
I don't know the business
payment.
of travel agents, but I'm guessing that she loses something.
Well, yeah, you don't get the sale, right?
Yeah, but yeah, you probably get a little something, maybe. I don't know if it's only on whatever was paid, but I don't know.
So then we see Judith start to say, hey, but you know, what are you talking about? And he's like, we got bills, the mortgage on your office, all of this stuff. She's like, but I make good money. So
I make decent money.
So I guess her money is contributing to it too, but she just spends how she
I don't
wants
understand.
to spend.
Like this, like the money is together, but then it's not together. He's paying for the lease and she's whatever. I'm going to need you to help me pay for the thing. Is it that
she got student loan debt?
He paid for the lease, the student loans and all that, and she just takes the revenue
or she
from
just
the business.
spends what she's gonna spend without looking at what bills have to go out before spending, right? Because
so when he says I need help with the bills this month, he's saying don't spend. I'm thinking saying he's communicating that he needs her to give her money.
Yeah.
Give him money.
But if she was already giving money, I don't know. Y'all go to the comments, explain what this setup actually is, because it is a little bit confusing.
Because what he kept saying was, I'm paying, right? Not we or us, right? Because if it was together, then it would be like, we're paying this.
Well, so maybe it feels like I'm paying if we both, let's just say we both make $1,000, you know, like to make it simple. Let's just say we each have $1,000 that we put into the pot for this set of bills, right? And so now that's $2,000. But if I go out and then, you know, I spend money just for my personal expenditures, and then most of you don't get your, you know, discretionary spending because I've overspent, right? In a fair world, we would each have discretionary money. So let's just say if our bills added up to $1,000, then we each are putting in $500, right?
You know, and then we still that we are paying when the money comes out. We paid for the bag. We paid for the clothes. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I feel like that's maybe what he's saying. Bottom line is no matter Well, because I am paying because I've sacrificed. So in the scenario I gave, so if the bills are $500 or add up to, 1,000, that means 500 from each person, which should leave 500 for each person. But if every month you spend 1,000, you spend 1,000 on your personal that you put in, then I'm paying for everything is really kind of like what he's saying. So that's, so in theory, hey, both of our checks go into the account. But if I overspend, then
we overspent. Well,
I mean, I agree with the idea of but it's inconsiderate of the person if that person is overspending, and maybe that's what he's trying to curb happening. And he's like, hey, don't be spending all the money because I need to do it. But the funny thing happens when they're having their argument, and I really thought this was clever and I liked it, where the mama and the daddy are sitting on the couch while they're having this argument, and they each become the amen corner for their child. So when Judith is like, I make good money, the mama is like, my daughter makes good money.
My daughter makes decent money.
And, praise the Lord or something like that she says. And I thought that was funny.
Thank you, Jesus.
When Roger comes with his rebuttal,
honey, did you forget I paid your way through school?
His father is saying like, hey, my son,
Yeah.
My son paid your daughter's way through school.
And then, we see him and they sing their parts, right?
Hallelujah.
Which I thought was good because it's like the amen corner at the church. And I thought that was kind of funny. There is another reference because we always have to look for the Color Purple reference in these Tyler Perry plays, because he said there will always be something from The Color Purple. Indeed, there was, where once everybody leaves and Roger is talking to his daddy, he's like, oh, what should I do? And the daddy is like, oh, no, it wasn't once everybody leaves because the mother was still there. But the daddy is like, beat her.
What am I going to do about her?
Beat her, Harpo.
Line.
But they also had the what us gonna do.
Oh, yeah, what us gonna do? So there you got that. And then beat up, it was what Harpo was told by Celie in The Color Purple. So the father, though, Floyd, is trying to tell his son, Roger, hey, if you keep neglecting this girl, she's going to find somebody to take your place.
But look, you keep neglecting that little old girl of yours, and somebody going to take your place.
And then Floyd sings this blues song, and he's like, the words of the song are like, your wife is going to find another man.
Your wife, she's going to find another man.
What? What'd you think of that song?
He's neglecting her. I don't know, whatever. I was waiting for it to be over. But how is it neglect when he's just working to compensate for her overspending, basically, is what it seems like is happening. And then it's like, as a punishment for trying to do what's right, you will not have
I'm going to forget our anniversary and
Yeah, the only thing is the anniversary. The other things, I don't know. But we'll get to that because Ronald shows up.
It's inconsiderate, though, to cancel plans that without talking to the person. Like, that's inconsiderate, like, to unilaterally decide. But then maybe she unilaterally decided they were going on a vacation.
She unilaterally decided when she kept spending stuff they didn't have. That's right.
So, so then Ronald shows up, though, at Judith's house in the next scene.
What are you doing here at my house?
Why was he there?
Talking about his wife can't come on Thursday.
My wife can't make the appointment on Thursday.
So, first of all, you showed up. We got a business arrangement. You showed up at my crib. That's you ain't coming in.
He didn't it's my time, I paid. And then she's like, yeah, it is. What?
So since I bought the hour, can we have it here?
Good, because I figured since I already bought the hour, you and I can still spend it together.
So then she's like, what? And then so she lets him do it. And then he's like, I got you some salmon with lemon sauce and everything.
I got you some salmon.
Salmon?
With lemon sauce.
So she is vulnerable and upset with her husband. But to me, the thing to remember is that when you're unhappy with your partner because you're mad at them or whatever, you're in this vulnerable state. And it can be very easy to compare your partner's worst attributes against the potential side person's best attributes. And this is not a fair comparison. You are not comparing apples to apples and oranges to orange. You're comparing the worst thing about your partner to the best things about this other person. And this is why a lot of people, talked about like the idea of, is the grass greener on the other side and so on. But anyway, and the fact that their names are Ronald and Roger, I hate the two names that are not similar, but with the RO beginnings, because man, I need a different name. But anyway, so Ronald is there and he's flirting and he's like, how is your marriage?
How's your marriage holding up?
We're doing good.
The second thing, don't be talking to anybody about your marriage. Like
she already did that, like when they were in the office, right? She was sharing the details of her relationship with the ex.
Giving
he's
him
like, oh, he's going to do this and we're going to go to Home Depot, whatever she said, right? But then, we got, he's still doing it.
And he's like, oh, your marriage is boring. And this, of course, is just like in the movie when we saw, in the movie this happened.
It's like I Think I Love My Wife too, right? Because his life was boring and everything, and she came with some excitement. So, I don't know, that may have influenced it.
So he says, you married a safe church-going accountant and whatever.
To a safe church-going accountant. Doesn't get much more boring than that now, does it?
So he's trying to spark in her like, you need excitement in your life and everything. You don't have any excitement. And he is literally pressing his front on her back, coming up behind her.
Because you have no excitement in your life.
Like, no, bro. And so she does, like, she's telling him, back off, leave me alone, and then she's like, well, and he says, well, I have a confession. And, he makes a statement like, my wife don't matter because she ain't here.
I'm here for you and my wife ain't here, so she don't matter.
What? And let me confess that I divorced my wife a few years ago.
My wife and I got divorced a few years ago.
Ronald, then what are you doing here?
On, she's like, well, then what are you doing here?
Yeah, it's Lisa. Right? But before that, he was talking about how good she looks, and she's already done when she's like, and you don't look so bad yourself. It's over at that point,
like,
right?
Come on, girl.
But then, I watched this video recently by this guy on YouTube, and he talks about how evil triumphs, right? And some parts of that stood out because it's recent that I watched it, right? But when he talks about how, remember that time we were driving down Rodney, whatever, and they stole this liquor together.
Jay, we stole that liquor together. What are you talking about?
No, I did not. You stole that liquor.
So now they got this secret thing, this whole kinship that binds them forever, despite the fact that they're, exes or whatever, right? But yeah, but at this point, I'm like, oh, his wife is Lisa. Now,
yeah, I mean, you already know. And then, of course, we've seen the movie, so we know how it turns out. But I don't, but she's like, well, I'm married. She keeps telling, so just like in the movie, she's telling him, look, I'm married.
You miss me.
I am married.
He said, I don't give a damn about you being married because I'm rich.
What? I don't give a damn about you being married. I'm rich.
Now, let me tell you, I think this is how a lot of people feel, but insert whatever it is they think you want, and that's what they would say. It doesn't matter that you married because I'm fine. It doesn't matter that you married because I'm your boss. It doesn't, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but that's what the red pill folks, right? Like, I'm high value. I get whatever I want and do whatever I want because I act like I make a lot of money, even though you don't. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? I'm an alpha male.
So again, I think that you have to be the one to give a damn about whatever it is. You got to be the one to care about your kids. You got to be the one to care about your marriage. You got to be the one to care. You should be caring more than other people about your circumstances and the people who you say you love. So anyway, but just a reminder, they are literally in her house she shares with her husband, but then he keeps coming on to her and he kisses her. And then, she pushes him off or whatever and tells him to leave.
You have got to get out of here.
Wait a second, Jay, hold on.
Leave now, get out of here. And he's going to go back out the front door. But who's pulling up? Roger and his daddy
and she got
and
another
her mama.
It's Roger. You got to go out the back door.
Say run out the back.
Yeah, so run out the back. So
now you already cheating.
Right. So you got, I think people who manipulate the way that Ronald is doing understand that the more things that they get you to do with them secretively, the more they have. She could have been like, no, go out the front door. Oh, he came over. Yeah.
Right. And then it's out there. Your husband knows. And then maybe that's a way that, not necessarily, that Ronald probably will step back a little bit or not be as, brazen as he's been.
Well, and what about bringing it up to your husband from the point that he came to your office?
Yeah.
Because you'd be like, guess who came to my office today? Remember that guy I used to date in college? Yeah, he came there talking about his wife. And, I told him that I would counsel them. But, I don't know. Did I make the right, what do you think about, The fact that you don't have conversations with your spouse is a little weird to me, but okay.
Yeah.
Because that would have left the door open. And here's the thing. You and your husband are a team, not you and this dude you used to, be sleeping with. Okay. So you're acting like you just do what you want to do and your husband is over here and you over there, No.
Yeah. So then Ronald comes in but Ronald, he leaves. He steals the weed and he leaves.
Leave!
Hold on a minute.
No!
And then Roger, too many Roz again, he comes in and then she just basically like, we need to go out.
I was thinking that maybe you take me dancing tonight. We go to a theater, a candlelight table dinner, candle anniversary.
Well, because, he has no spontaneity. But he has these bills. It's tax season, the busiest time of the year for him, right? And it was so urgent for her because, she was hot in the pants because she really wanted Ronald. Mm-hmm. But it's like, oh, this is the most pressing thing right now.
Huh. Judith has set up this romantic dinner for their anniversary. And then somebody comes through the door. She got candlelights and whatever. And it turns out that it's her mama and Roger's daddy.
Hey, Roger!
Mine eyes have seen the glory.
And she has paid for them to be out the house for their anniversary so that they could have some alone time. But the daddy apparently forgot his medicine, so they had to come back. And she's like, well, where is Roger? And, Roger still isn't home yet. And so the mama tells her, marriage is hard work and, do what you can to try to save your marriage, pray about it and so on. And so then we get comedy, right, with Floyd coming out and he is inhaling his weed through a nasal cannula attached to a bong. And then he begins to pray while he's still inhaling it, right?
I'm trying to quit, Jesus.
Help him, Lord.
He's like, take the taste out my mouth, Father.
Take the taste out my mouth, Father.
And, I just thought it was so funny because I've heard people, make that prayer before. And it just was hilarious because clearly he wasn't interested in stopping, but he's just, making this prayer. But anyway, Roger calls and he's at work again on their anniversary.
Yeah,
and,
after the parents leave.
Yeah. And so she's just like, well, just forget it.
At work? It is our anniversary. No, just forget it.
Then we get this crazy music, come on. And then Judith calls Ronald and then goes to meet him.
Where should I meet you? All right, bye.
So the next scene we see is at Judith's office. And then Becky is like, oh, what's going on? We got all these flowers in here or whatever.
When a man is sending this many flowers, he's trying to get, or he already got.
And so Judith ultimately admits to Becky that she accidentally slept with Ronald.
It was an accident.
How the hell was it an accident? He just walked and fell on you?
She tells the story of what happened.
And his hands go...
Did you forget about your ring? Does Roger know?
No.
And how one thing led to another, blah, blah, blah. She like, it felt so good. It was like I was living again.
It felt so good. It felt like I was living again.
And then she's like, this is wrong. Becky like, yeah, this is wrong.
This has got to be wrong.
It is wrong.
And, Becky is actually not only the comedy, but she's also the voice of conscience, the voice of reason. And she's like, well, does Roger know? And she's like, no, Roger doesn't know. So the next thing we see, Roger shows up at work.
Hi, baby. Oh, wow.
Hey!
And he sees all these flowers that Ronald has sent. And so what does Judith do? She lies. She blames the flowers on Becky. Oh, look at these flowers Becky got or whatever.
Who died?
The flowers?
Yes.
Oh, the flowers came for Becky.
And he's like, well, I came to take you to Red Lobster. And he apologizes for everything.
I need to apologize for not paying closer attention to you and to our anniversary.
And ask for forgiveness. I haven't been paying attention to you and so on. So
I was wrong, and I'm very, very sorry. Will you please forgive me?
I'm trying to be a good man to you. And he apologizes. Let me tell you what this reminded me of. Okay, this is a little story of some people who we have seen do vlogging. And we've been watching them. They're a couple. They're, a cute young couple. And so clearly they were on the road to being married, right? Or engaged or something like that. Because, it's looking like it's getting serious. And there were points in various vlogs where especially one where it was clear, because they're traveling all kind of places and whatever, where it was clear that she was expecting a proposal. And then she didn't get the proposal. And so I was like, ooh, you could tell how her attitude just changed, because it was like a nice, a nice meal he set up and everything. They're dressed up. So it looks like something big is going to happen, right? But then nothing happens. And so then later on, there's we see a vlog where I guess there was some missing time. And the guy's like, where you been? Because, they're in a group of other people. Where you been? And so she was off with some, other girls or whatever. And she has you were the one who caught that expression on her face. She had this crazy expression on her face, right? And she was looking like, and she was ready to just, like, she was scared and like she had been caught. Like she just looked like, she was in trouble. And then other girls started talking. So she didn't say anything right away. And then, so it was like, well, dang, what were y'all doing? So then we kind of had our little suspicions as to what was going on. And then we saw something later in another video that made us think, okay, this is what y'all were doing, but maybe a little bit more. So this brings me to, they got engaged. He finally asks, and then, she says yes and accepts the proposal. Now, let me tell you, I think dude was just slightly late. I think she did step out on him because she makes the comments like, I was talking so much trash about him, because the other people knew that they were getting engaged. And I was like, man. And, like literally she'd been holding out. Like you could tell she's been wanting it. She's been sending him things that are hinting at, like, obviously we want to get engaged. When are we, that kind of thing. And he went all out. I mean, beautiful ring. He designed it, like it was great, but it was like he had teased it a bunch of times leading up to that, right? Or at least felt like he teased it. And she was just finally like, it's not going to happen. Like she literally makes that statement, right? I think I've been saying it's not going to happen. And I'm thinking, you said it wasn't going to happen. And you just went and did what you did, how you felt. And it reminds me of this right here. And so, of course, she said, yes, of course they're getting engaged. But I suspect, because obviously we don't know these people. We don't know. But I'm like, man, I think she might have.
That's the problem of having your relationship out like that and vlogging your life.
Yes.
People just make up things in their mind.
Yeah. Like, I mean, obviously we don't know that, but it just seemed, So anyway, so that's what this reminded me of. So she's like, it felt so good and whatever. So, but now she has to start lying to cover up the tracks of what she did that was wrong. And, but she accepts this Ronald and Roger thing. She accepts Roger, her husband's apology. And who shows up but Ronald at the office talking about, baby, how you like the flowers I done brought you or whatever.
So, do you like the flowers?
So she starts, trying to run interference.
But why Roger got to be a complete fool?
I know. And then Roger knows him because he's famous, right? Yeah. And he's just like, oh, how did he put it? He said, he was like, he's basically saying he admires him or something. He likes him.
He said, I'm a big fan.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. And he's like, your wife is a big fan of me. Like, bro.
I am a huge fan, brother.
Yeah, so is your wife.
Why you got to do all of that? So then, behind closed...
So then they happen to be alone again?
Yeah.
Like,
so how are they alone? But whatever. So they're alone, and then Ronald is trying to convince Judith to leave her husband and come be with him. You need to leave him.
You need to leave him and come and be with me.
No.
And she's like, no, I love him.
I love him. And I am not leaving him.
And he's like, I love you, though.
I love you. I love you, Jay.
And she's like, I don't want to hurt him. He's a good man.
He is a good man.
And he helped me through school. He did all of these things for me.
He is good with my mother, and he is good with his father.
And then he said, yeah, he's a good man. He's a good man, and he deserves a good woman.
That means that he deserves a good woman.
But you're a great woman.
You are a great woman.
I'm a great man, so...
That means you deserve a great man. A great man like me.
And I was
then
just
it's the
like,
whole the money thing, right? A great
won't
man
have to
wouldn't
work.
have you working, right? So
I make more in a year than he can make in a lifetime. You know, and then he pulls out some keys like he's trying to give her a brand new car.
I can't accept that.
Take the keys, Jay.
I cannot
Take the keys,
accept
Jay.
that, Ronald.
Dang, that's
Has
nice.
he ever gave you this? You know, and so she is left there at the end.
You know you want to be with me.
Yeah, but the whole dagger is Roger is beneath you.
Roger is beneath you.
Ooh, that's what everybody want to hear. That somebody is beneath you, huh?
You are better than that.
Because it's fueling the ego, right?
Yeah.
It's fueling the ego. He's made her feel good in all ways at this point, and she only feels conflicted about basically twisting that knife in her husband Roger's back. So this is where we will conclude the first portion of our coverage of The Marriage Counselor. We'll call this part 1, and we're going to get to part 2. But so far, like, what do you think about it? Because this is definitely different than the movie, because we had this conversation about the movie, right? Where the question is whether or not it was consensual. What happened on that plane between Judith and what was the character's name? Harley and Judith on his private jet. And a lot of people felt like it wasn't consensual. We concluded that it was a violation, right? We concluded that in our discussion. And that is very different than the way it was portrayed in the play, where she basically walked right into it almost as a form of retaliation for being upset with her husband.
Yeah.
And that matters to me. That matters in how I'm going to interpret the actions. I have way less sympathy for this version of Judith than I do for the one in the movie. Up to this point, you know what I'm saying? Because you could have this could be resolved. You didn't have to pick up the phone and call this dude.
That goes to the crux of if it is a punishment or not,
or a consequence, right?
Yeah, if the person willingly was involved in the thing or not, or coerced or forced to do something they didn't want to do. But it's kind of also that this guy Roger or Bryce, his wife did what she did because of,
feelings
his actions.
of neglect or whatever. Yeah.
And we got a lot of comments on that too. So they both I think it's kind of similar of, what's going on. But all of the other couples and stuff is where it kind of
But back to the whole idea of consent though. So if we're saying in the movie that Judith did not consent, if that was a violation, what happened initially between the two of them, then I feel like the way the movie turns out is like a punishment. And that's just more kind of evidence of that being a punishment as opposed to a consequence. In this, now I don't know how it ends yet, so please don't ruin it.
What makes it a consequence versus a punishment?
Okay, because we're trying to say, to me, it can't be a punishment if you didn't willingly go into, like, why would I get punished for something that I didn't willingly do if we're saying he violated her?
Yeah, it's not a punishment, right? It would be the thing.
Well, I don't interpret it as a punishment, but the way the film was laid out was as if. See, this is where you and I disagree on it. Which is why I don't like the end of the movie. Because if we got a question if that was a violation, then what happens to her in the end? Idea of it even being a cautionary tale.
We're questioning it because we should know, right? The situation by itself is about consent, right? So it don't make the people who that happened to a punishment for them being in a situation. We wouldn't say that. We would say something wrong happened to them.
Yes.
Right. So when I watch it in the movie, that's what I see. Because it's always, a lot of times it's questioned whether or not it was consensual, and then should you have been there? And then the conclusion isn't that it's a punishment.
Of the whole movie is that if you're busy thinking the grass is greener on the other side, and your punishment, if you do these things, you could have this as a punishment.
No, she was enticed.
Right?
That's different than thinking always just out of nowhere thinking that the grass is greener on the other side.
So what got her to the situation to even be on that plane in that way was that she worked with him.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's not on her.
I agree that it is not on her. I guess I'm just trying to make this case for the idea that the question of consent being a question in the movie versus it being she just willingly did. She called that man. She sought him out.
Yeah, but that happens in real life. And we always say about the victims, it's not your fault that this happened to you because that shouldn't have happened. Right? I call some
then
cats.
The movie shouldn't be a cautionary tale. It's not a cautionary tale then, right?
Okay, I guess it is.
You know, but it's intended
it
to
could
be
cautionary,
which is why,
but the cautionary doesn't mean that you're being punished. You need to be, if I go outside at 3:00 at night and walk through gang territory, you know, talking to, well, what's up?
But the
it's
unspoken thing about all of the stuff, when you're doing something that, quote, you had no business doing, or, quote, you should have known better to do, quote, you shouldn't have had that
but the
dress
movie don't
on,
say
quote,
you shouldn't have better. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it is.
All right. So to me, that's the thing. But the fact of it being potentially non-consensual, you know, clearly in both the play and the film, they were enticed. But I think it's a big deal if the sex that occurs, the result of the initial sex in the film is not consensual. That matters to me. Versus here in the play, the play would be thus far if everything played out exactly like the movie at the end. So please don't ruin it because I don't know. But it would just be like a better case for that, right?
Better case for it being a punishment, right?
Yeah. So it would be unjust in the film to throw that question of.
Yeah, but they gave clear character flaws that, she basically wasn't respecting her husband. She was spending up the money and all this, and she should have known better because she's a marriage counselor. She even said it to her mama and all this other stuff. Right. Yeah. So, but I still wouldn't see it as a punishment. But.
Well, yeah. So this is going to be something that we just, we have our own ways of interpreting, and that's fine because I think everybody sees it how they see it. And, again, I'm not saying a person is right or wrong for how they see it. It's just that to me, that's how I see it. And I can't unsee it that way. At least not at this point. I don't have enough evidence in any other way or haven't heard a convincing enough argument for me to change my mind about that. So yeah, but I mean, as far as.
Was it a punishment in Players Club? Ebony?
There are people who even commented like so.
Yeah, but I'm talking about you. We talking about
no.
Oh.
See, to me, in my mind, it's never a punishment. Like it's
except in Temptation, the movie.
In Temptation, what I'm saying is it wasn't. I don't think that what we're intended to interpret it that way. That's the whole point.
Okay, so was it that in Players Club?
Were we intended? I think on some level we were intended to interpret it like she deserved what she got, even though it wasn't all the way unfair. There are plenty of people who commented on the Players Club videos that we've done that said,
"Yeah, but the thing
Ebony
is
was
about
this." They told Ebony. So the idea
but
that
the thing
if
is
you've
that
been
Cheri believes that Temptation Film is coming to this conclusion, and I'm asking, does Cheri feel that Players Club came to that conclusion?
I think that is the unspoken sentiment of both of those films. Not the overarching one, but it's just the unspoken sentiment. And at the end, because you say, well, nobody should ever have a violation happen to them. Nobody should ever have these things. But if you hadn't addressed like that, but if they tried to tell you, I can't even tell, even in the Temptation Pit, a number of people said, well, people tried to tell her. So in other words,
when I watch a movie, I don't listen to people's comments and say, I think the film is saying this because commenters have said this. I think that maybe
was
some
my
people
interpretation before the comment, because clearly it was, I can't see comments on a video before we put the video out, right?
Exactly.
But
that's why I don't bring them up when I'm talking about how I interpreted it.
That was how I interpreted it, but my evidence that other people felt and agreed with the sentiment.
Yes, and I know people who say that Nino Brown is a heroic figure, somebody who should be admired, but I don't interpret it that way. I just say people think that.
Okay,
and I don't bring that up as evidence that the film is saying that.
So again, I think that things are being conflated here that are not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I look at it I have my interpretation. I have what I also think that the film was trying to say. And as a third thing, there's evidence in the comments, in the way other people who discuss it interpret it, as to how other people saw it. Now, how other people see it has nothing to do with what I think. But what I think of the filmmaker's effort in terms of what I think they were trying to have people believe and think, it's the same way as in a film where they play sad music at a certain part. Oh, clearly the filmmaker is trying to make us feel sad. Or,
right,
in this moment. So that's what I'm saying about that. Now, the idea of my personal beliefs about a scenario
so
like this.
When you're saying about the filmmaker's intent,
yes.
You're saying because there's comments?
No, I'm saying that I felt that because when I watched it,
no,
that's what I thought.
you brought up the filmmaker's intent just now.
Yes.
What does that have to do with people's comments?
That's a third and separate thing.
Yeah, why?
Because it's a measure of whether that worked.
Whether what worked?
Whatever their attempted interpretation was. So, like, if
you talking about whether it's the filmmaker's intended interpretation?
The filmmakers.
So, if I say that the Hughes brothers wanted us to glorify Old Dog, is evidenced by the sheer number of people who idolize Old Dog. I'm saying it.
Okay.
People who idolize Old Dog in the comments. So I can look at that and say that was probably an intention of the filmmaker.
No, I don't think so. I think what I think is the intention is based on what I believe upon my just interpretation without feedback from other people.
Right, exactly.
So then I wouldn't turn around and use the logic that somebody's feelings about it are evidence of what the filmmaker thought.
So I wouldn't bring up and then there were comments that said this.
No. Well, okay, I see what you're saying. All right.
Yeah.
All right. But the hill I'm gonna die on for this is that I do believe it was intended because it also think in the context of this being a churchy kind of a thing, cautionary tales, even if we look at just the history of as people tell different tales, right, that we've known historically, like, the tales of like Little Red Riding Hood, other stories that are fictional that are intended to convey a certain message to the reader or the viewer. I think that is a message. The message is if you're not doing stuff you had no business doing, then you wouldn't have been in this in the first place, which is what puts it in the punishment type of realm for me, as opposed to a mere consequence, because the punishment has a value judgment on it.
But saying if you hadn't done this is a value judgment of the intended purpose.
Yeah.
But if just laying it out and saying this happened, this happened, this happened, and it is interpreted as if you hadn't, that's the person who is interpreting it.
Okay.
Not the person who laid out the things.
Yeah, right.
The events.
I can accept that.
Yeah, because that's what I think. Like most these things that we say have some morals or something, it's about consequences and not necessarily that you're being punished, unless they just bring in and be like, the devil is doing this to you as a punishment, right? Because that's kind of like Tales from the Hood, right? That was kind of what that was telling in a couple of the stories.
But what about all of the subtext that comes to the table when we understand that this is a predominantly Christian audience, that these are plays that are geared for Christian people, that the religion is weaved in throughout the whole thing. So then
every character would be being punished for their actions that can be seen as not in line with that religion. Even the husband.
I think the argument could be made that that's true.
Well, that's what I'm making, if that's the case, right?
Yeah.
That everybody's being punished.
I mean, that's a very simple way of looking at life. That's not the way I look at life, but that's a simple way of looking at life and conveying simple concepts in that way. You do a bad thing, bad things happen to you.
Yeah.
Right? That is the basic idea, right? That I think is often oversimplified and presented in a lot of stories that we see. So yeah. So with this first half,
it ain't have as much singing as I thought. But I don't know about the second half.
Well, maybe the singing of where it's not like a full song, but like how they did the Amen corner, like that was kind of cute, and it didn't have to be
I'm talking about
long and drawn
songs.
out. No, I know what you mean, but it was still like a melody, and you can feel a little churchy without having a 2 or 3 minute break in there. But I'm sure that there probably is a practical reason why the songs, because somebody's in the back changing their wardrobe, somebody is and it's a way to seem continuous without having an intermission
and changing the sets and stuff. But I must have just been very unlucky when I was scrubbing this thing.
You just stopped at all the songs.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna regret this.
Yeah. So, what do you think though? So far, like the way everything got set up, do you feel like the movie by comparison?
What do you mean by comparison?
Like, do you think which is better? I know you're always going to say the movie because of the singing,
course.
but okay, aside from that.
No, just on the story itself, the movie, because in the plays, they're trying to throw in big, long comedy parts, and you know how I don't like this big outward acting and stuff, But the movie, you got time to set all the lighting, the cameras, and all this stuff. It's always going to be better, and the actors are sometimes... You had Journey Smollett in the movie. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
And Lance Gross, yeah.
Yeah, but whatever. Journey Smollett is amazing actress.
Yeah, and was a child actor. And by the way, we have covered Eve's Bayou, which you watch her acting amazingly in that film as a child.
I don't know if I brought it up, and when we talked about the film, I wanted to bring up her acting.
And I think we may have gotten sidetracked at various parts, but yeah.
Yeah.
So, that was great.
Way
we covered
better,
it.
I think. But the movie's better. But I think how the woman works with Judith in this one, Lisa works with Judith, and it's not as obvious as old girl sneaking around in the movie and stuff, putting on the hoodie, look like she's hiding from somebody, and then this man pops up. You know working with, it was much more subtle.
Working with Bryce also created I had made the comment that, Bryce was like, oh yeah, I'm going to take you to work and pick you up and all of this, but he never mentions that to Judith either.
And he tried to kiss her.
Yeah, and he tries to kiss her later. So it takes away, I think, that dynamic, unless, look, in the next half, is he really going to try to kiss her and not even really know her like that? I don't know.
Somebody brought up, maybe it'll be the white girl. So somebody brought up that, he's a pharmacist and she's probably a customer, and he would have known the medication she was on and her condition. So would he have tried to pursue that like that? But it could have been a, hey, I'm in a moment sort of a thing, right?
Wait a minute, who? You mean
Bryce?
I know Bryce was a pharmacist, but which one as the customer? You're
Brandy's
talking about
character,
Brandy,
who had HIV, and she had to reveal it to him.
Was she a customer or was she a worker?
I don't know if she was a customer, but I think she went in.
She worked because he was going to pick her up and take her home.
No, that was later on, but it was at the time where she put the hoodie on, and the time before that. Was she doing that for the interview?
No, that was
when
she
picking up her medication? Time in the hoodie? I don't know. I have to go back and watch.
I think she was leaving work for the day. And
but I wasn't under the impression that she was a customer, because I thought about it. I just didn't really give it much time.
It didn't occur to me because I always looked at her as an employee. So, and then like if you got something like that going, I don't know, are you getting your medications at your work? So I don't know, but that's a good point if that's how it was set up. But I always thought she was the employee the whole time. But somebody will let us know in the comments, whether that's true or not. So I can't wait to see the conclusion. I want to continue with a little bit more discussion on this. But if you're watching this right now, Tyler Perry already has you hooked. You love him, you hate him, or you just hate watching, whatever it is. We have done a bunch of deep dives on Tyler Perry videos and full playlists that are breaking down his stories, characters, and the drama that everybody argues about. Check the description for the ultimate Why Did I Get Married Tyler Perry playlist. Check the description for the ultimate Why Did I Get Married playlist and the ultimate Tyler Perry playlist, so you can make sure you haven't missed any of the many, many videos that we have done on Tyler Perry films and plays.
Can Judith save herself and her marriage from her inappropriate dealings with Ronald?
In Tyler Perry's The Marriage Counselor, the play from 2008, Judith is left to deal with the fallout of her own actions.
Will her dirty deeds catch up with her?
What was the real reason Judith cheated in the first place? And will she choose her husband, Roger, or her side dude, Ronald? Let's find out in part 2 and the conclusion of our full breakdown of The Marriage Counselor, the play.
There will be spoilers, so
yes.
If you haven't seen the first part, you're going to need to go watch our first part.
Yes, and it's linked in the description. And before we get started, we wanted to direct you to our latest video as of this recording on the Axiom Amnesia channel. Tales from the Hood, The Dolls Were a Prophecy is the basic title of the video, and it's linked in the description. In light of current events, we encourage you to follow the breadcrumbs in that video for some vital information that's pertinent to today's current events.
Yeah.
So let's get back to this play. A short background, we're going to just say, give a rundown of where we are to this point in the play, right? So Judith is married and she's a marriage counselor, and she's going through a bad patch in her marriage where she feels neglected by her husband, Roger. And then an old college flame, Ronald, shows up and begins manipulating Judith and enticing her into an affair. And after Roger forgets their anniversary, cancels their vacation, and continues to work long hours, Judith is fed up and goes out on a date with Ronald. One thing led to another, and Judith begins an affair with Ronald. Meanwhile, her husband, Roger, has seen that he needs to be more attentive, and he asks for Judith's forgiveness. She accepts, and now Judith must decide whether she will stay with her husband or whether she's going to leave to be with her rich side dude. If you're watching this, chances are Tyler Perry has you hooked. Whether you love his films, love to hate them, or just can't resist them as a guilty pleasure. But here's what you might not know. We already have gone deep into Tyler Perry land. We've got entire playlists breaking down his stories, his characters, and all the drama you can't stop talking about. So don't miss out. Hit the description for links to the Ultimate Why Did I Get Married playlist and the Ultimate Tyler Perry binge playlist. Trust me, you'll want to binge these and share them with your friends.
You know you want to be with me.
This part just kind of started off with a bang, really.
It really did. Lisa is cleaning the office. Remember, Lisa is the one who's the cleaner who we found out in the last segment was actually, we're guessing that Ronald is her ex, right? Who was crazy. And she's cleaning the office, and Roger, Judith's husband, comes in. He's like, I'm here to surprise her for dinner, blah, blah, blah. But she's not there.
I came to surprise Judith and take her to dinner. Is she around?
No, she's already gone.
And he's like, well, she's been working late and everything. And Lisa was like, I ain't seen her late in a minute, so obviously something is going on. And there's also a client there that's waiting for Judith named Michelle.
You are?
I'm Michelle.
Hi, Michelle. I'm Roger. I'm Judith's husband.
Oh, nice to meet you.
So, and we saw Michelle before. Michelle was the one who was in that relationship with the guy who was, her husband is basically criticizing her weight and stuff. Then, he's making small talk with Michelle, and Roger is like, oh, yeah, Ronald Henry was here.
Pro basketball star Ronald Henry was right here.
Wait, are you serious? Ronald Henry was here?
And Lisa hears that, and she's like, Ronald Henry, that's my ex-husband.
That's my ex-husband, Roger. He's crazy.
And then she's like, he's crazy, and she runs out.
I gotta
go. And so, then he was just like, oh, man, that's a whole mess or whatever.
Ooh-wee. That's a hot mess right there.
So then...
So is at that point that we know he may have HIV? Did she say specifically that she got it from her husband?
Yeah, she said that at first, that he was in them streets. So now we know Ronald likely has it, and Judith isn't around because she's, started hanging out with Ronald. So,
well, we know they smashed.
Roger calls Judith and is like, oh, where are you? And Judith is like, lies to him and says that she's in the office. Well, she done been caught at this point because he's at the office and he knows she ain't there.
You're sitting at your desk.
And she claims she's sitting at her desk, blah, blah, blah. So he says that he'll see her when she gets home. And, clearly he's putting two and two together and he's all disappointed.
Miss Michelle.
And yeah.
And then, so she's also missing appointments and stuff because Michelle is like, I haven't seen her in days. You know what I'm saying? Or since last week, she missed the appointment. And
Yeah, and Roger's trying to be all professional still with Michelle, and he's like, well, Judith won't be here. And
Judith is not going to be able to make it this evening. Something has come up.
And that was how he found out she'd been missing appointments or whatever. And he was like, it was a pleasure meeting you, and have a blessed evening. And then before they can move along, who comes through the door but Dr. Judith and her D appointment, basically. And so her and Ronald are coming in talking about what they're going to do next, talking about their plans.
So I was thinking that maybe we go to South Africa. At first I thought.
So they done basically been caught by Michelle and by Roger, her husband. And so she's like, oh, man, and so she tells Ronald to go wait in the car. And he's like, yeah, how about he says, how about I wait in your new Rolls Royce?
How about I go wait out in your brand new Rolls Royce?
After, then he got the nerve to kiss Judith right there in front of her husband.
Honey, what the?
And she's announcing Ronald and I are together.
I'm gonna hurt you, but Ronald and I
think I better go. Y'all have
I mean, she got her whole butt up on her back and completely feels justified in what she's doing. So Michelle is also like, I'm coming to you as a marriage counselor, and this is how you handling your own affairs. Clearly, I made a mistake,
So you mean to tell me I come to you for help, and this is how you act?
And Judith's like, no. You going to learn how to talk to a man because Michelle tried to hit the eggs.
You are going to sit down right here, and you are going to listen, and you're going to learn how to talk to a man, okay?
I said, what? So she's like, I'm about to give you an example. This is how you do it, girl. I was just like, man, that's crazy. So then she gets to yelling at Roger, and she's like, you have neglected me, and I have tried to talk to you, but I'm moving in with Ronald, and all you think about is work and bills and everything all the time. I'm moving on. So here, we questioned in the first part whether or not who was paying the bills, whether she was actually contributing and everything like that. And in the past, I don't think, other than feeling neglected by him and his focus on finances and work so that he could have the money, I don't think she was all with that attitude like you're beneath me. But we remember that was some stuff that Ronald was planting in her head.
What she told him was, you are weak, you are boring, you are a punk. And then she said, you are beneath me.
Oh, just wrong.
Dang.
You are beneath me.
What? Judith!
He had just told her that.
And then she starts calling her husband Roger Ronald, like she just starts talking and she's saying the wrong name.
I've come to this, Ronald. Who? Roger.
And they've been married for 3 years. So I was like, oh, this is why Tyler Perry had to make their names sound similar. So it could be, but I mean, still, that's just, I hate that aspect of the film.
This actress, she did a good job in that part, though. I like that.
And then she's doing like Ronald has gotten in her mind. She's saying the things Ronald said to her to convince her to leave her husband. You weak and all of that. I'm a great woman and I deserve a great man. All that business. And she's even repeating his words to her husband. And then she even calls him a punk. And And he's like, if you're so unhappy, then I'll pack your bags and send them to you.
And have them sent to you, all right?
Fine.
Judith is supposed to be like, nah, I don't need them old rags.
Yeah, but she didn't say that. She was just like, I'll send you the address,
but if I'm her client, I want my money back, bro. I don't know what's going on with you.
But so she, leaves after this. Judith leaves with her butt on her back and feeling justified, talking about, you got my mama sleeping on an air mattress.
You got my mother sleeping on some air mattress.
And I was just like, yeah, see, when people start doing wrong and start acting trifling, then they try to pile on and act like even the things that the person has done to try to help, to try to do everything that they can do is just not good enough. They're just, it's just wrong. And so she goes on and leaves, and Roger is devastated, but he composes himself for Michelle, and he's like, I'm sorry you had to see that.
I'm sorry you had to see that.
But he says, like he said in the movie, I did not see that coming. And then she's like, well, women don't always let you know outright.
Like, you should have saw it coming.
Basically, she said, but they don't always let you know what they're thinking, but they communicate between the words.
See, women don't always let you know what they're thinking. They communicate between the words.
And then she goes into this song that basically is saying is all between the words.
Between the words.
Exactly. If she started working late at the office and stuff, and then that means she getting some D. That's
Lying about her whereabouts
words.
and stuff like that. Okay, so here, I guess my beef was just like, okay, why, if you decided you want to go on and do something else, why don't you just move on? Like, if you're going to move on,
Well,
okay.
they were about to, but this just got in the way of that. Because think about it. He must have just got her that Rolls Royce today because she wasn't pulling up at home and that thing.
Or, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe today was still the day.
Yeah, so this is just adding up to a big mess. But the other thing that I kind of wonder, because when Roger was being nice to Michelle, I was like, okay, so are they going to wind up getting together? We don't know, because I haven't seen this play. So I'm just guessing, because they seemed a little friendly, He seemed nice to her, and she was kind of nice to him, even though this other crazy stuff is happening. In Tyler Perry land, he likes to let you meet your future partner when you in the world of mess with the last one, and then you're like, oh, you were in front of me the whole time. We saw that with the Why Did I Get Married play, where the guy that Sheila winds up with is the same guy who she has been in her life this whole time as a friend, and so
Right. So then they sung this whole song, and dude made himself cry.
Oh.
But I'm saying he actually man, I'm talking about the acting.
Yeah, but it's sad, and he just went on and made himself cry. Like, that's some good acting right there.
But it's sad.
In the next scene, we see Floyd and TT talking about Roger after Judith has left. So, they're aware that Judith have moved out, and what's going to happen next. Then we see
and her
Roger.
Mama didn't go.
And
her mama is still staying with the husband.
Yeah. So she won't even talk to her mother about it. She just over there having a good time. Like, you done left your mama up on the husband that you done left. And in addition to that, Roger comes in and he starts talking too. And Judith has left him in debt. He's still paying her student loans. And he's like, but I still got to take care of both of y'all. I got to figure out how I'm going to do this and whatever.
Daddy, I don't know what I'm going to do. I mean, you guys are retired. You can't work. I got to take care of you.
And I was just thinking, like, he really is a good man, because he did not abandon her mother just because she's out here cutting the fool.
What about people who would say that he's not a good man because he forgot her anniversary and that sort of thing and didn't pay attention to her?
I think that they're full of it. Nobody out in this world is perfect. Just as much as he wasn't paying enough attention to her, she also was overspending and contributing to the problems that was making him have to focus on making more money, because she felt entitled to just spend like she wanted to spend, and wasn't, being a good steward of that which she had, And then we get this, what I would call a message monologue from Roger. And he basically is like, why is being a good man not good enough?
I'm a good man.
Yes, you are. You're a good man.
And Mama, you tell me something. Why isn't that enough?
And then he says that he's going to go out there and be the biggest hoe he could be.
I'm going to go out here and become the biggest whore to ever live.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
And his daddy is like, nah. And he said, no, but they not going to love me until I'm a dog.
They ain't going to love me till I'm a dog.
They ain't going to do that.
And I felt that pain for him, because, so many times I hear, our brothers talk about that, like, oh, if I'm the good man, if I'm the decent man, I just get dogged out. But the women a lot of times would just go the extra mile for the dude who is just not doing anything for her. Or even if he is, it's just not fair to them. They don't get a full chance. And I really felt bad for the situation that's being portrayed here. But his father says, don't let your love for this woman turn you into somebody who you're not, and just continue to do good like you've been doing, and God is going to bring good to you.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Well,
we kind of have this quick discussion on this all the time, right?
Yeah.
If I do good, then I get good, which makes some sort of religion that is prime for prosperity gospel.
Yeah. And
then if somebody doesn't have what we think is good, then they're basically ungodly or unworthy.
It must
right?
be your fault that you're poor. It must be your fault that you don't have. you know. But as opposed to focus on that aspect of it, I was thinking about like the message of being true to yourself. Like, don't let somebody else's terrible and heinous actions turn you into a monster. You know, we recently covered the film Come and See, which talks about it's a war film and really bad atrocities from World War II. And it's actually available to our Patreon and channel members at this point. You know, so if you are a member, you can check that video out. But, you know, we talked kind of about the same thing, like, you know, be careful because you can turn into the evil, so to speak, because of what they've done to you and your response. Like, be careful about what your response to that evil is going to be, because you don't want to be just like those people. So in this case, I think that it was sage advice from his father to say, you know, don't just go out there and do something that's not even you just for retaliation. But, you know, some people may have different opinions about whether doing good in the world is gonna, you know, that God is gonna bless you for that, right? So people have different feelings about that. But here's what I would say, you know, why not do good for goodness sake? Why not do good because it is the right thing to do, as opposed to what you'll receive in return?
Right.
You know, that's the way that I look at it. Because the other thing is that in life, you can be doing all the right things. You could be doing good. You could be being good to people who will just dog you out, who just don't care, who are acting like Judith, right? But the thing is, if my behavior is going to depend on whether they act like they appreciate it or whether they reciprocate it, then I'm just basically reactionary. I'm doing something because I expect something in return.
Yeah.
And yeah, I that's problematic.
Yeah. And then, you know, they had a whole bunch of weed jokes and stuff. And I'm like, it's getting tired. And like in 2009, maybe I worked with the 2009 church audience or whatever. But yeah, it's doing too much.
Yeah. So Judith shows up. She just rolls in the house. Don't come to my house. I'm coming to get just a few things, she says.
I just came to get a few things and then I'll be on my way.
And then the mama tries to talk to her and she's like, that boy is about to lose everything. And she says, so?
That boy's about to lose everything.
So?
This is so the man who will put you through an Ivy League college education and pay your student loans back and support you through that. You decide to traipse off with another man, and when somebody points out to what you did, you say so. Let me tell you something about life. Life will come and put you in a circumstance, and you'll be getting your butt spanked. And I have a feeling that that's what's going to happen to Judith in this situation here, because she is just out of bounds. She is out of bounds. But anyway, the mother tries to give her some advice and tells her, you know, you can't become happy by making everybody miserable.
You can't become happy making everybody else miserable.
And marriage goes in cycles, and you got to be able to hang in there. And then that's when, you know, Judith started talking about, well, you know, if I'm bored in my marriage, then wait, what?
If I was bored in my marriage, Mama, what was I supposed to do?
Stick it out.
So, you know, commitment isn't about being bored or not being bored and everything. Like what are you talking about? Why are you even married? How can you even counsel people? Which the mother points out, like, I don't think you need to be counseling nobody.
Well, that's why she's not married, right?
You know?
So she figured, hey, I'll get out of this relationship and go with the guy to get what I want to get. So
yeah. So then she tries to, you know, just be disrespectful to her mother, and Judith is like, nah, sit down. And then, of course, TT, Judith's mother, tells her to sit down.
I am your mother, and you will not disrespect me.
And then she goes into the song, but the song is basically like, you talking crazy to me, you disrespecting me, but I'm still the one who carried you in love. I'm the one that God sent here to be your mother, and I'm still your mother when it's all said and done.
You only get one.
And I gotta admit, you know, this song touched me. Like, it made me tear up a little bit, not drop the tears, but it did make me tear up because, you know, and the message is like, always remember that she's the only mother you get. We only get one.
Yeah.
And it just, yeah.
So I always talk about, I don't like the music and stuff, but the skill and the talent and the technical about it, right, is what I'm into. And it make me think about like people now. Like when you see these performances or hear these performances, people for the older folks, they are like, wow. You know what I'm saying? And I wonder if they can really have performances like that on a wide scale for these young audiences. And maybe a big gap would be whether or not the old people would connect with maybe a young singer who can't perform to these sorts of levels.
Right. Because remember,
and just the styles.
Yes, and the cast is that like this is not a Broadway cast, but these are people who are seasoned veterans who have the ability to perform an entire song live. That, I mean, much respect to that, because most of the recording artists cannot do it, and it is a lot harder than it seems. You know, we covered Tyler Perry's When the Family That Prays, and we did what we called, we just decided to do something creative and interesting, a musical criticism. And, as you guys, many of you know, I'm a singer. Heit is a pianist and musician all around and producer. And so we just kind of took a different approach to it, and we did like a musical criticism of it, where we talked about the themes in that film. And a lot of you saw it. Many of you did enjoy it. Some of you guys are not into music in that same way, in these types of performances. And that's okay, too. It may not be for everybody. But I'll link that in the description as well. But what I was going to say is it is a lot harder than it seems, especially it's way easier to be a recording artist where you just punch in that line. You don't even have to sing the whole song. You could just sing each line at a time, but it takes a lot more skill, a lot more of everything to be able to deliver it with the feeling at the time. And, when we did that, it was just kind of off the cuff. But, each of those segments that we recorded was from beginning to end. And if I messed up, y'all heard it, that's just what it is. And that's what it would be for these performers as well. Obviously, I am not studied and practiced at the level that they are. But the point being that much respect to anybody who can do that. It reminds me of, Aretha Franklin's funeral, actually, which I think was like 8 hours long. I was watching the live stream. And there were points where, the various speakers and whatnot hadn't come up. And of course, these are all old school singers who most of them originated in the church. And there was a point where Gladys Knight was up there and she was waiting for the next person. And, they didn't want to have too much dead time on the, just on the stage. So she just looked at the, she just said something, and she just starts singing the song with the band, right there. Like she could just perform on cue. A lot of the people now, because it's all you got to do is because there hasn't been enough attention to the craft itself, can't actually do that. They can't do it. So, but anyway, I don't know. Could it work? There are young artists.
Right. That's what I was about to say. There are young people who are probably doing things similar to this and doing those live type of shows and stuff. But yeah, the I don't know. I don't just think that the people who kind of bubble up or who can get a lot of attention can do this. So maybe like you get Haley Bailey and her sister, right?
Yeah.
Who could probably pull it off.
Yeah. Yeah, they probably could, because they're definitely very rehearsed.
Stuff. Yeah.
They're musicians. They have already a fan base.
And they can sing and you'll be like, ooh, you know what I'm saying? But some people that I think of who are real popular, I don't think you get a ooh moment in there. It's just like, all right. Kind of like how their music is. Yeah, that's a vibe.
Well, because even when you look at some of the old school people now, how they get caught and they're like, so-and-so's vocals was not good, right?
Yeah.
And I think one of the things that happens is the more you're doing it, see, when these people were younger, I just recently saw one where the singer Monica, they were talking about she was off key. We've seen them say that same thing about Mariah Carey and other people who we know.
Or Alicia Keys. Y'all need to stop
people
that.
Alicia Keys was at the Super Bowl and hit that bad note that they fixed real quick. But the point is that I think that when these artists get out of practice, right, when you go sit home for a few years and then you come to do a performance, like you're just not as in practice as you normally would be, and maybe you just haven't had the same preparation. Maybe you just tried to go off the top of your head and you just needed to stick closer to the script, like things can happen. And so many other things affect, your ability to sing. And not mess up. But the fact of the matter is, I'm sure a wrong note has been hit before, like in these performances, any type of performance where you're singing, because every night is not going to be the same, And so that can happen. But
But as with the singing, so is the actor. They're doing live shows night after night.
So, back to the song about the mother, I just have to say, just on a more personal note, like, get right with your people. It just reminds me of just, it's not that hard to be right with people if you can, or to be open to be right with people. Because a lot of times people regret it after somebody is gone when they haven't been right to them. They haven't, those are the people that I see that that I've observed have the most regret. The people who were busy trying to fight it out, duke it out, arguing, feeling, and justifying their actions of whatever they felt somebody did to them instead of just coming in peace. Those are the people who have the hardest time finding peace after, the separation of life and death happens to folks. So that's just it. And of course, I thought about my mama who, I'm just like, oh, because man, mamas be having your back.
But I'm your best friend to the very end. I'm gonna be there for you.
When you out here in the world, most of the ones I know do. Now I've heard some horror stories and I'm so sorry for you all who have experienced it, but I just appreciate, I appreciate my mama. Just to have the title itself, there's just a minimum amount of respect that you should pay, period. So that's just my thought. And I'm off my soapbox. Becky is at the office, Judith's office. And then Judith's mama, TT, and Roger's father, Floyd, show up at the office and talking about they about to counsel all of Judith's clients that Judith has just basically abandoned.
We're here to take over these appointments. Thank you.
And Becky is like, do you know anything about being a marriage counselor? And TT is like, well, I know Jesus, so,
We got this.
Do you even know anything about being a marriage counselor?
I know Jesus.
I'm like, what in the fraud is going on?
I know, because don't you have to have a license to be offering any type of counseling services?
I don't know if you have to be a license, but if I show up at somebody's office and I pretend to be, and I say, we're the marriage counselors.
Y'all ain't got no experience.
Nothing. But
perpetrating fraud. But it probably ain't the first time it happened, okay? So then we get the two couples that we had seen in the past, the pastor who has the exotic dancer wife, and then the couple that's kind of like Sheila and Mike off of Why Did I Get Married, right? Where he's upset with her weight gain and, he says he's not attracted to her anymore. So they show up and then TT is like, well, why don't we start by telling everybody what we love about our spouses? So then Patrice, who is the ex-stripper, and her husband, the pastor, they tell how they went to church together, because remember earlier she was refusing to go to church with him, so she did try to go to church with him. She said she didn't like it, and basically because the people were looking at her, she was concerned about them talking about her and stuff like that, and she just felt very judged. And TT tells her, don't let anybody come between you and God, so basically keep going to the church.
And it basically was like, yo, but look at what you were wearing when you went there.
Right.
I think that's what Michelle said, right?
And Floyd was seconding that, motion. Basically, that's why they was looking at you, because what you had on.
Yeah, and that's how, like, I think of people now when you see them online and they're like women talking about how they're dressing more modestly and stuff, and I'm like,
well, in particular,
modest, but maybe for the time it is.
Oh man, and in particular when they start talking about classy, I'm classy, and all of that, and yes, some of it is a function of the generation gap, and I'm older than a lot of these youngins who come out thinking you dressing classy, and I'm like, girl, you ain't got on the clothes, and that's kind of unprofessional sometimes. And, you need to check that and just be appropriate. But I think the other part is, number one, appropriateness is a function of the generation, that you come from and what they are commonly doing today.
And kind of what those elders tell you.
Right.
But it's always going to be the youth rebel, right? But then when somebody telling you, hey, this run by old folks, right? Like many jobs and stuff is run by a certain type of person. You dress this way. Because that's just how it is.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So that's going to be a problem.
People
And it reminded me of a vlogger that we watch. We've been watching her for years. And she had gone off to Dubai. And so I was thinking to myself, I don't know how this is going to turn out, because she dresses what I would judge is provocatively, yes. And then you're going over to this, Muslim country where, yes, in Dubai, it's a little bit different, because they have, they're big on tourism and stuff like that. But there are still people who dress very modestly. So one of the things we noticed early on when she got there was she looked very uncomfortable. And I think because people were looking at her, she was like, well, I'm going out by myself and people, and I'm thinking part of it is that you are inappropriate. You are not dressed appropriately for where you are. And then she started to realize that. And I was so proud of her. I was like, oh, look at little baby girl. Because then later in a different vlog, she was like, well, it makes me being out here makes me want to be more modest and dress more modest. Then you look up and she got stuff with sleeves on it. Ain't no cleavage showing. And I was just like, when in Rome, right? When in Rome, it's not about what you have a right to do, the community will check you in a sense, right? You feel uncomfortable because you're not adhering to the social norms of that
basically
culture.
Trying to say that, they should accept you no matter what you're wearing in a church and stuff, right? But that's part of that culture, and that's how you know how to be and behave in that culture in that culture.
Yeah. Well, and in the last video about this play, in part 1 of this play, I was talking about, how somebody had told Heit, excuse you, when we were in Harold's Chicken in Chicago. And, I pointed out how people don't really speak to each other like they do in the South where we live and where Heit is from. And so that's like a cultural gap. It's a cultural difference, right, between the regions and how people behave. And so somebody in the comments had come and said, I think he said they grew up in New Jersey, but they were from the South. And so we speak because that's how it's supposed to be, or that's the right thing to do. And, I responded, and I'm not picking on you, but this is like food for us to think about, right? I responded and I said, I explained that people become uncomfortable if you speak to them in Chicago because they're wondering because you're acting weird to them, right? If you start coming up and you're extra friendly, that's weird and it makes people uncomfortable. She said it was the polite thing to do, to speak to people. So they would speak to people where they were because it was polite. And I'm like, okay, but if I'm walking down the street and I'm speaking to a stranger and it makes them uncomfortable, is that polite? Not in that culture, right? It's not polite to them. In fact, it's rude to them because you are disturbing my peace, because now I'm wondering what's going on and you may even be scaring me.
Different cultures where the man talking to the woman talking to the man are touching each other, and kind of where I'm from, people hug and things, but it's not acceptable everywhere.
Yeah.
And you have to know this.
Yeah. And not even just because of your location, but also, you may have religious customs that you're adhering to. When I grew up, we were kind of reared not to be interacting with men physically. Even unless it was my family member or something like that, I wasn't, hugging men and touching, obviously, he had little boyfriends and stuff like that. But the point is, it was clear that it was unacceptable. And, the way you would conduct yourself as a grown woman is that you're not physically interacting, with men in that way. And it's perceived as a sign of disrespect, even if I'm someplace with Heit or whatever, I would be physically, interacting physically with a man, whether it be, touching and hugging. Only with family, would I do that. So it just depends. And, so you never really know. So I say that to say back to the idea of when in Rome and back to how people are dressing in the social norms and stuff. That's the reason for the saying, when in Rome, act as the Romans do. Not that you should just do any doggone thing, but the point is that instead of trying to make people adhere to your culture from wherever you're from, you are a guest someplace or you are someplace different, and you have to realize that it's not for you to be changing. The right way is
bumping up against the wall. All you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, so then they have a whole song about this, and they're basically talking about, hey, you don't need to care about what people.
Yeah, so he's singing. He was off in his singing a little bit.
Oh, that's what I was thinking.
Because he gave his only son.
And I was kind of like,
Wait,
okay.
No, am I?
No.
Maybe I'm thinking about the wrong one.
Both the men were off, because we're going to get to that next. So that was the preacher. When he was singing, he was a little off, but he wasn't as bad as Oscar, who is the husband of Michelle, the one, who thinks she is too big or whatever. So basically, but to finish out Patrice and her husband's story. So Patrice basically gets saved right then and there after her husband sings the song.
See, the Bible says that if you just confess with your mouth.
And he's just like, all it takes to get saved. And they actually have a moment, where they're like, you just have to, you've confessed that you believe and, that you'll be free from your sins. I was just thinking to myself, like, okay, well, might as well just recite John 3:16. And I felt like I heard people in the audience saying the words with him as he was saying it. And it occurs to me that like, this is also a way to evangelize, right? To pass on the religious beliefs, right? This is another way that you could be reaching people if you're trying to grow your Christian church, right? You watch this and then, my heartstrings start getting tugged on. And then the next thing you know, I'm saying it with the character, right? So that can happen. And I mean, it's not unlike church services, depending on, what church that you go to. But anyway, so they did that. She gets saved right on stage. And then we move along to Michelle and her husband, who are next in this group because they're having group counseling. In between all this, we got Floyd, who is, Roger's daddy, who is running interference and making jokes and doing all of this and that. But I'm kind of over the comedy at this point in the play. I just ignore a lot of the comedy. I'm just like, okay, what's going to happen next? What's going to happen next? So, Oscar starts talking about how he used to love a lot of things about Michelle, his wife, but that she has changed. And he talked about he's just not attracted to big women and all that.
I'm not attracted to big women.
And then Patrice, the ex-stripper, she speaks up and she's like, you owe it to yourself to keep yourself up for your man.
Then you owe it to yourself to keep yourself up for your man. You know what I'm saying?
Women let themselves go after they get married. And I was just like,
That's why they husbands be at the strip club spending all that money.
Now each of these characters is saying things that we know are how groups of people believe about what women do and should do and shouldn't do in marriage. And this definitely represents, because we've all heard people say that, keep yourself up for your man, or he might be doing, and I don't know. Go to the comments, y'all. How do y'all feel about that? Do you think that women let themselves go? Do you think that it's her responsibility for that? I want to know. But anyway, so she says that, and then it's soon discovered that Oscar been, making it rain up in the strip club, and she knew him because he was one of her regulars.
Child, he used to be one of my regulars over at Crazy Horse on 13th Street.
And not just that, is that he was wasting money that they didn't have.
Michelle had to get a second job so he could go make it rain up in the strip club.
You mean to tell me I took on a second job to help out and you've been giving it to this old nasty stripper?
Bruh, that's so crazy.
And then, because Oscar tries to act like he doesn't recognize Patrice at first.
I don't know you.
Oh, you don't remember me?
And then some music starts playing and Patrice starts dropping it like it's hot.
You remember me now?
And then Oscar realized, she like, hey, Oscar. And then Oscar realizes that, oh, yeah, I do know her. Yeah. So then Michelle is like pissed because she's like, okay, I've been working these 2 jobs. I work hard for everything. And, it just points to like, she's trying to do everything right. He talking about you acting like my mama. And she like, well, if you got yourself together, nobody would have to be, So they're just hashing out their problems. And then Michelle just started dropping bombs on Oscar. She like, well, just since you out here like that, let me just let you know I ain't never been sexually satisfied by you.
I ain't never been sexually satisfied by you.
Is that true?
I don't, I think it probably was true because she kept saying it. And what I did, so this was one of the things I did think was funny that Floyd said. He was like, if it don't fit, you must have quit. Now,
if it don't fit, you must have quit.
Now, if everybody should know, but that's a line from the actual O.J. Simpson case that Johnny Cochran says when O.J. Simpson tries on the bloody gloves. And OJ
one of the biggest blunders in trial history.
Man, in trial history. Like, that is just a pop culture moment that you should just know.
And then he says the Book of Cochran. And I'm like, hey, was that a pun?
It's right here in the Book of Cochran.
Yeah, there it is, right there.
Oh, man, that was a good one.
Cochran? Well, not what?
That was a good one. Okay, Tyler Perry, that was a good one. So then Floyd later references the song, he's talking, well, Oscar first, Oscar sings. Oscar is a little off. He was trying to do too many runs and all that.
Yeah, but before that, though, the thing that she said, is that like the worst thing you could tell a man, really?
They acted like it was.
Because, like, basically.
Now, probably the worst thing you could tell a man is that it ain't your baby.
Yeah, but that's like,
cliche.
Verifiable, right? If it's just somebody just like you too big, I don't like you, you too big. That really gets to somebody's just emotional, right?
Yeah.
And their self-worth and stuff. And then she just hits back with, yeah, but you know, you can't satisfy me. Then because that strikes at a man's supposed manhood.
Right. So, you know, because basically the way I translate that is she's saying she ain't had the big O with him, you know, so, yeah.
Yeah, like something's wrong with your manhood. That's how
so that's like, you know, basically what's happening. So then Oscar sings and, you know, he's expressing himself and then they make up or whatever. Now, Oscar singing, it wasn't that great. Like, sometimes you're doing too much and then you sound bad because he was off key at points in the song. I was just like, okay. This is where the live performance, it was just a little too much. Sometimes you just need to sing it straight. Sometimes you just need to sing it straight. But he had to
beg like that, right?
Yeah.
People don't like begging though now.
Well,
they like
we got to get to that because of something Floyd said though. Floyd references R. Kelly's "Feeling on Your Booty."
You know, we're listening to the radio and we're hearing songs like "Your Booty."
That song references that and says that there's no good love songs anymore, and that's why people can't stay together.
I think I mentioned R. Kelly in the video. I talked about basically how R&B died. So yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, and that's why people can't stay together because they don't have any good love songs. And I was thinking to myself, if "Feeling on Your Booty" was just way out there and just crazy for, you know, back in 2008 or whatever, when this is 2009.
That's before they said you got to eat the booty like groceries.
Eat the booty like groceries. Like imagine how people fell out when they heard that, you know. But the songs today really are more so about, you know, a lot of it is heartbreak when it is about love. It's about how, you know, every man is dirty
getting
or every woman is whatever.
Over.
Yeah. And then you have a lot of women singing songs about kind of like being what is perceived as, as traditionally how men have treated women. They've turned that on its ear, and that's what they sing about. And that's what the younger generation seems to really champion.
And like I say, because of the influence of so-called hip hop or rap music. So
yeah. So then we get to something that I'm wondering, did Tyler Perry pay for this? Because they sing three songs that are real actual love songs. Maybe he didn't pay at the time and then he paid later. I don't know. Y'all go to the comments.
I'm sure when the DVD came out.
Yeah, he had to pay for that. So Al Green's Love and Happiness.
Love and Happiness.
They did
they sing that
interpolation of Billie Jean.
Yeah. And then they sing the Isley Brothers, For the Love of You. TT sings that.
Day will make a way for night.
And then actually Patrice joins in. And I like Patrice's voice.
Glad to be here alone.
As well. And, you know, if y'all don't know For the Love of You, let me tell you, I did not know this was an Isley Brothers song when it came out. You know, I was a young person.
You was listening to the country station?
No, because I was a young person. And the first time I heard that song was Whitney Houston's second album, Whitney Houston, Whitney, which came out in 89, maybe. And 88. No. Came out in 87 because that's the year that I went to the concert. And it was her second album.
Hey, y'all, she got to see Whitney Houston.
Yes.
When she was the voice.
Yes. And I mean, it was so amazing. That was I was the happiest kid ever. So yeah, I got to see her in concert, and song was on the album, but I did not know that was an Isley Brothers song. I sung it, and you know, once again, it was my uncle when he heard that song, and I was like, oh yeah, you know, this is Whitney Houston song. He said, no, this is the same uncle who told me that Whitney Houston song, I Believe in You and Me, that song that she sings in The Preacher's Wife, he told me that was a remake. I didn't know that. I was like, you know, this is a Whitney song. What you mean? You know,
we all turned into this person.
Yes. And so, but this is what happens to the young people now when they think that, you know, other people who we know, sang the original. They're like, well, no, this is so-and-so song. That's how it was. I thought it was Whitney Houston's song. It was the Isley Brothers. But yeah, so that's how I learned. But he told me, he was like, no, that's the Isley Brothers. I was like, Isley who? You know, because again, at that point, I'm listening to Whitney Houston. And I'm thinking she done invented everything because Whitney was just everything back then. And still is. So Patrice starts singing, and like I said, I like her voice. And then Becky comes in and everybody just stops singing and everything like that.
No. What is it, Becky?
Because they like, don't even come in here. And, the tone in the room, even though they don't exactly say it, is like, Becky is white. So they, you come in and you're trying to interrupt. And then if Floyd says something, he's like, this is not an affirmative action moment, Becky.
This is not an affirmative action moment, Becky.
Bruh,
and then Becky was like,
a little talk about affirmative action.
Yes.
What were we talking about?
We were talking about it in the Tales from the Hood video that I referenced earlier that I told y'all need to follow the breadcrumbs. Go to that video. It's linked in the description. You need to follow the breadcrumbs because that's really important for today. Anyway, so that you did, give a breakdown of affirmative action, the history of that in that video. Like that video is chock full of some stuff. And let me just also say that, when you're saying things that might be viewed as more controversial or whatever, that video is like we can't make hardly any ad revenues off that video because it was just too hot to handle and too cold to hold apparently for YouTube. So always feel free to support the channel because again the time and effort it took to make that and not be able to have it be profitable, it sucks. So but they're making fun of Becky, and they're like, and Floyd is like, don't come in here singing Ave Maria, basically. And she was like, all right, fine. So then she starts, it really is. Then she starts singing like Tina Marie. She's singing Fire and Desire, which is, if you know, Tina Marie, Rick James.
It was
And she starts singing this song. And then Floyd joins in because, I don't know, for some reason in that song, I always felt like Rick James was singing it crazy. Because, when he comes with his part, he's like, you will go there, I will go there.
I was cold as ice.
I was cold as ice. That part, he's singing it ridiculously. But
that's how they always do, man.
I
They
don't
was
know.
messed up in the 70s, bro, basically. And they just kept that going. Think about it. Party all the time. Come on, man.
So
was crazy.
I felt like of course she would sing Tina Marie. Her voice. Now we talked about in the last part because she didn't sing in the first half of this this play. So we talked about is what does this look like, because is she gonna be able to sing or not? Because Tyler Perry said, she could sing. She sing like she's black, and I would say that she's got a good voice. She really does.
I seen something that said that maybe a Tina Marie biopic, a biopic, but I don't know if it's true, so I have to look that up.
I would love there to be one. Rest in peace, Tina Marie, because I really enjoyed her. I didn't know as much about her in the 80s per se, because I was a kid trying to grow up, but as like when she kind of had a resurgence after later, kind of the way that Rick James did a little bit, where it wasn't about them being at the top of the charts in that moment. You know how it is as people get older, then they start bringing them back out again. So she was singing and stuff.
I'm from Louisiana, and Cash Money signed her and they put out an album. I have it.
I didn't even know. I didn't know anything about that. So so she starts singing like Tina Marie, and she was like, and then she stops, right? And they were like, no, you can stay or whatever. And so they sang, and it was it was a good performance, and then that's how it ends. So the couples are back together. Each of them look like they're going to work out their problems with one another. So TT and Floyd have saved Judith's practice and have become the marriage counselors, even though they don't have any experience in that, because TT say, I know Jesus. So that's what they have done up to this point. The next scene, we see Roger. First thing we see is TT and Floyd. They're in the office, and Floyd's standing on top of the desk talking about he thinking about Becky. And then TT come over, and she like, I got something for you. And she started kissing Floyd.
Come on, baby.
Mama.
Don't call her now.
And then Roger walks in and is like, hell no.
Hell no.
And so then Floyd acts like he doesn't want it or whatever. And he's, just like, he was basically saved by Roger's interruption from, TT coming on to him or whatever. So then they, make a joke like, basically, he may not come when you want him, but he's always right on time. And so then Roger starts talking about the receipts from Judith's practice that TT and Floyd have been working. And he's so happy. He's like, y'all saved my life. And Floyd is like, God saved your life,
What in the Dr. Malachi Love?
If you know Dr. Malachi Love, listen.
What the...
Yes. So then Lisa comes in, right? Lisa, that's the one that is Ronald's ex-wife, and she comes in.
The cleaner.
Right. She comes in and she's like, I'm here for my last check and whatever. Floyd likes her and he's all flirting with her and everything. And so Roger says to her, well, like, take it that your ex-husband never found you. And she's like, yeah, thank you so much for not telling him where I was. And so Roger asked her, why would you settle for a job like this when you could have had alimony? Because, obviously Ronald is rich. And she's like, look, he said he'll kill me if I asked him for anything. And she wasn't getting ready to test him because he was crazy.
Because Ronald told me he would kill me if I asked him for anything. And I wasn't about to test that crazy fool.
So then, Roger asked, well, I'm not trying to be in your business, but did he hit you? And she was like, yeah, he hit everybody he was with. The last woman he hit ended up in intensive care. Just like me, she has HIV.
Now, just like me, she has HIV.
So, and Ronald does too.
You have HIV?
Yes, and Ronald does too.
So we know, like in the movie, it was never said that he had it. You know what I mean?
Right,
obviously,
until later on, yeah.
We figured it out later because obviously he passed it on to Judith in the movie. But here, his ex-wife is the one who tells that Ronald definitely has it. And so then Roger is shocked and he just tells, Lisa, hey, if you need anything, let me know. Just call us or whatever. And so I think it's interesting that Lisa was so open about her HIV status, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't feel like people, I don't feel like it still was or even today would even be safe that people would feel comfortable in a room full of people, to tell them and share that, because there is still a stigma. So Roger is like, oh, I got to go find Judith and let her know what's up.
Isn't Judith with her ex-husband?
Yes, ma'am.
And the mama is just like, I know where she is and everything.
I've got to let her know, though. I've got to find her and let her know.
I know where she is. I got to
You
go
know
get
where
my
she
child.
is?
And the daddy asks Roger, hey, you ain't been with Judith since she's been with him, have you?
Oh, God, my baby.
Son, have you slept with her since she's been with him?
And he said no. And Floyd was just like, oh, thank you, Lord.
No, Daddy, I haven't. Thank you.
Because, he's worried about his son possibly having it. And, so he feels relieved that, he doesn't have that worry on his mind anymore. So they're, I guess, going to go and try to find Judith. But what do you think about like how this all went down and how the parents found out and stuff? And what's up with TT liking Floyd?
Yeah, I know. That's the weird part. It's like, how does it work when parents of spouses get together?
I know it's happened. Y'all go to the comments.
Like,
do y'all ever hear about that happening?
I don't even know, because you become kind of like siblings.
I don't like it would just, that just is interesting right there. That's interesting.
That's a real interesting part.
Uh-huh.
But I think this kind of unfolded the whole not using HIV as a real twist. Unfolded better in the play
than in the movie.
Yeah, in the movie, because it's just like, and that's my husband. Oh,
yeah. A lot of y'all said that the plays are better than the movies, and you really like the plays a lot more than the movies. So far, I would say my assessment, even though I don't know how this one ends, but my assessment is that the plays are they're like a whole nother thing.
Yeah.
I don't look at them the same as I look at the movies. So they're just different. So let's see if they find Judith, and when they do, what's her state of mind and body gonna be?
How are you? I got some things for you from the mall, and then I decided
get your hands off of me.
So
world, Ronald just was going to hell off.
Yes.
He's sitting up in there, he's snorting that coke
and acting a fool. Judith comes in from shopping, and Ronald got in a mood talking about where you been.
I'm trying to keep from choking the hell out of you. That's what's wrong with me.
And she like, well, what you doing? I'm trying to keep from choking you. Like crazy, just came out of bag on her. Yeah. Yeah, he's acting all jealous, asking if she went to the mall with Roger. And then she's like, is this cocaine?
Is this cocaine?
Wait a second. You don't question me in my house.
And he like, don't be questioning me in my house. You know?
Is this cocaine?
And then he lays down the law. You better never leave this house without my permission. He just high and
But
crazy.
like, why was somebody in the audience like, yeah, that's right, basically? In that
Man,
So
listen. The audience is crazy too. Because
he started taking his shirt off and they started cheering.
Yeah.
You want to know why? Because I'm going to show you exactly what happens to every single.
Like, okay, he's acting like a stone cold fool, but you just worried about his naked body. But see, that's how she got ensnared, right? You know, y'all over here, and you see what he is, this character is, but you don't even care. You just like, ooh wee, you know. And so they looking at him taking his stuff off and whatever. And she's like, you hurting me, and he's like, I ain't hurt you yet. Sit down before I kill you. And then he starts talking about you gonna try to leave me and stuff like that. You gonna try to leave me, just desert me, just like you did Roger, ain't you? You know, and that was when he started taking off his shirt and stuff. So in the end, then he just started like beating her.
Is that what you want to do? Shut up! I want to hear that. Shut up!
You know, and it's such a sensitive subject when it comes to DV, because I think that the first time that something like that happens to people, you know, they are stunned. Like, it just because it looked like it came out of nowhere. He was buttering her up all this time. Baby, let me give you this car. Baby, you belong with me. I'm a great man. You know, and then you done came out of bag after she done left her, mostly stable situation. You done came out of bag on her. And now she's like, ugh.
Well, all that glitters ain't gold.
You know, but somebody in the comments thinks she deserves it, I'm sure. Go ahead and speak up so we can all talk it out. Because, you know, folks inevitably will say, well, you know, people try to tell her, you know, and all that. But yeah, so she looked up and now, you know, life is teaching her some lessons. And here she is looking like she might wind up just like the lady that Lisa was talking about that ended up in the ICU behind Ronald and his coke rage.
When Judith comes to, she sings a song.
Yeah, and she is sitting there singing about being shattered and empty and broken and confused, just looking devastated, the whole devastated mess after she had gotten beat like anybody would.
Broken.
And you know, in terms of the DV, if you have ever been through something like that, I think this is probably an accurate depiction of how a person's world is just turned upside down, because everything she thought she understood is not how she thought it was, right? Somebody who she trusted, as she never would have expected this, and she, you know, goes to blaming herself. How did I let you do this to me? You know, she's blaming herself in that moment. But she was, when the camera first pans in, like, I was thinking to myself, oh man, she is sitting here and she was sitting there looking a mess, looking like Sister on Sparkle after that man had Sparkle. Sister down bad in the movie Sparkle. And not the remake. I'm talking about the original one where Lynette McKee is playing Sister in that movie.
The one where he probably got that from in the movie?
Maybe. You know, yeah.
Because this is different, right? In the movie, she was, partaking, but not in.
Yeah. Whereas here, she's not, you know, doing the coke and all that. But in her song, she is saying like that she is giving it up to the Lord. Like, remember, she had said to her mama before, like, you know, that Bible and, you know, ain't don't mean nothing and stuff like that.
Yeah, because she got her Ivy League degree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But she does say that I gave him my heart and he walked out the door. Now, so does that mean that Ronald has abandoned her at this point? I don't know, but
think they were just writing this song.
Yeah, but there was a knock at the door. So, you know, we got to see what happens next.
Judith?
Baby girl.
So at the door was her husband.
And TT and Floyd.
All the people, you know, the cavalry came.
Mm-hmm.
And her husband came to save her, and she embraced him. And of course, she's
after
apologizing
all I did
and stuff.
wrong, I'm so sorry.
After all I did to you, I am so sorry.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
And then Roger's trying to go after Ronald, and then his daddy like, nah, bro, don't do that.
No, son, no. It's not the time nor the place, all right?
But then his daddy takes his time trying to get some weed.
Well, because he see it, he like, this is my weed, you know?
Yeah. And then here comes Ronald.
You got a lot of nerve coming to my damn house.
Hot boy Ronald coming out the room
with no shirt on,
and he's doing the Cash Patel. If you know, you know. He's doing a Cash Patel, and then
the women have already gone to the car. Just by the way, so it's only the men up there, and so. Basically, Ronald's like, you got a lot of nerve coming up in my house, and then Roger is just like, you put your hands on my wife.
You put your hands on my wife.
Yeah.
Now you gonna have to kill me.
Now you gonna have to kill me.
And you know, he was talking about, I'm from Shaker Heights now.
Yeah, it don't even matter. I'm from Shaker Heights.
Now, Shaker Heights is a community in Cleveland. If you know, you know. And so 2 of the actors that were on the cast were from Cleveland. I can't remember if the one, but and the show is taking place in Cleveland.
They mentioned Cleveland Heights in the earlier
Shaker Heights.
scene. No, Cleveland Heights.
Cleveland Heights.
Yeah.
Okay. So I thought that was pretty cool, like for the Cleveland audience. And somebody in the comments of the last one said that they remember when this was recorded in Cleveland, and that all the people in Cleveland was sitting up in their furs and stuff. So like this was an event in Cleveland when this play came to Cleveland. So I thought that was funny because you know how we do. We about to get dressed up. We going out. We going to the theater, and we gonna put on our furs and our whatever and big hats and all that to go and see the Tyler Perry play. So I think that that's probably what the atmosphere was like at the time. So anyway, back to Roger. So Roger and Ronald start the fighting and whatever, and
that's it, son.
Then I'm guessing that Roger got the upper hand.
We don't know.
And Roger's daddy was like, oh, light skin ain't in this year. So I'm
light skin ain't in this year.
That's what's making me think that, you know, he has the upper hand, but we got to see.
Before I tell you what happened, just know that Judith is standing there by herself in the end.
Looking crazy. So
what in the world?
Roger comes in, and then Judith is reading something. She's like, my test results came in. I'm negative.
And I'm negative.
So Judith didn't get the, HIV from Ronald. So that's positive. She's like, I'll have to get checked again in 6 months. And then she apologizes to Roger. And she's like, how was I the marriage counselor? And I can't even save my own marriage. And, then Roger's like, look, it's not your own fault. I'm sure there was something I must have done to contribute to this. So I'm like, okay, at this late date, we can't figure that. If you believe you did something to contribute to it, then, that would be a great time. But anyway, so he's like, I'm sure I played some role in this. And then we so often make the mistake of thinking the grass is greener on the other side. And how he was like, you hurt me, you hurt my heart.
Because I have forgiven you.
You betray my trust, and once it's broken, I can't get it back.
You broke my heart, and you betrayed my trust.
And then Roger starts singing, and he's talking about how he truly loves Judith. And he said he forgive her, but he's sorry, but let's just end this as friends.
But let's end this as friends.
And then, the message that's given in that song is like, sometimes we staying too long, sometimes we praying too long and whatever. And so he's letting go. He hopes she could let go too, and all that in this song. So Roger decided, like, look, I'm bouncing. Yeah. This is it.
And basically he said in the end, it's because she chose another man over me.
Yeah. So here's my thing. I want to know what forgiveness looks like in his mind.
I know,
like,
right?
Did you forgive? Or is it really forgiveness? Or is it
I don't think so. Yeah.
You can't get over it, so you just didn't, I can't say I definitively know the answer, but that's the first question that comes to my mind. Y'all and chime in the comments, because we got to talk about that. Not to say he's obligated to be with her or anything, because what she did was totally trifling and wrong.
Yep.
But, and disrespectful. And we see it go, and I like that this was a woman doing this too, because so many times, you have the story of the husband being the dog and dogging the wife out and stuff. But the truth of the matter is that people cheat, and it goes both ways. It's not just women, it's not just men. And to see depictions of it going both ways, I think is also, a true representation of the folks who are doing this type of stuff.
Yeah.
But I do like that in the play, we get to see how they break up. Because in the movie, we just see Bryce, who's Judith's husband's name in the movie. We just see him pop up later. He got a new wife, he got a baby and all that. And so we know that they broke up. And then at that point, Judith comes in. She looks a whole generation older than everybody else when she's coming in to get her medication in the movie. It's not even the same actress. And it just felt different. How do y'all in the comments feel about the fact that she wound up with not being HIV positive? I do like that ending much better, but I am kind of stuck because when she was HIV negative, I was like, oh, so he's gonna stay. They're gonna figure out how to stay together. That's what I thought. And then I was like, dang, he just bounced. But you know what?
It's sort of like with I think Why Did I Get Married, right? You basically quote, nurse them back to health, and now you can make a good exit.
Oh yeah, Why Did I Get Married? The play, same kind of. Oh no, Diary of a Mad Black Woman.
Yeah,
that one. Yeah, I done nursed you back to health, but I'm still finna bounce. And
yeah, well, and in this, he's just like, oh, I rescued you from this horrible situation because you were my wife, but you ain't my wife no more.
Yeah, I'm done. So then they got a knock at the door or whatever, and. Oh no! So when he says "I gotta leave, baby," that's what the last things he said to Judith. She's sitting up there looking crazy because he's leaving. The audience claps though, and I did kind of feel relieved for him that he did what he felt he needed to do, because truly in that situation he was under no obligation to stay. So, look, you rescued her, you went the extra mile, you took care of her mama, you took care of your daddy, you kept paying her student loans. Like you went the extra mile and then some. So then there's a knock at the door, and it's Becky, and he's like, hey, and then he gives her a kiss, and I was like, wait a minute, hold on.
Becky, hey, baby, come on in.
What is this?
I know.
He done got with Becky?
Tyler Perry, that's crazy.
That was what I thought. And then who comes pimp walking out the bedroom but Floyd, who is Roger's daddy, and Floyd and Becky done got together.
You take this to the car for me, baby? Mm-hmm. Thank you, baby.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
I'm like, dang, so TT feelings gonna be hurt because we ain't seen TT yet at the end of the movie, at the end of this play. So, Floyd gathers up and leaves with Becky.
Yep. So this whole entire time, I was like, who does she look like? Tamar Davis. Who does she look like? The one who played Judith.
I don't know.
And I just figured it out.
Who?
It's her. The singer, her.
She looks like her?
Yes.
I gotta look back at her.
Her looks like her.
Yeah, because Tamar is probably older than the singer, her.
Especially with like the curly hair and stuff. I'm like, oh. Because the whole time I'm like, man, she looked familiar, but I can't figure out.
Oh, I see. Oh, you're right. I see it. Y'all go to the comments. Do y'all see it? I mean, because the wigs are different, but when her hair is longer, you can see it much more. Yeah, maybe she does look like her. But yeah, so that's where we are in the movie. We don't know what the final parts of the movie are gonna be, but I still am happier because y'all know, and some of y'all were like, I love it when y'all have a heated debate, because in the part one of this and in the video about the movie, somebody said that in the comments. But I do too, because we try to be transparent, because after we were talking about whether the difference between punishment and we just really hashed it out in the part one of this play, and we talked about a similar subject in the movie Temptation, that is related to this play, right? And the idea of whether in the movie she's gotten punished because she gets HIV, but in the movie it might not have been consensual. So, not to rehash it, but that's what we were talking about, just for reference for those of you guys who didn't see it. And, I'm like, yeah, but the thing is that I feel like we're both just transparent and honest about how we feel in a moment, and that's what you guys get to see, because we are reacting as it happens. Like, we literally are still watching this movie. Like, we're not done watching the movie right now. While I'm talking, I don't know what's gonna happen in the end, and that's just part of the transparency. But we can have these conversations, and I mean, obviously it doesn't mean that we're like having an argument, or we're having this is part of discussion, dialogue, back and forth. And we also like to have those same kinds of conversations with you all, and it's definitely done with and in a lot of love,
It's kind of conversations that were had in the good old days of social media.
Facebook, man, we used to have some good conversations. Now it's just whatever.
I know. I don't even want to talk to nobody. I don't know.
And I cannot reiterate enough, y'all, that link to the Tales from the Hood video, y'all need to follow them breadcrumbs So anyway, but somebody did make that comment about, I like it when y'all get heated with it. But I'm grappling with the end of this. So let's just see how it ends so we can have.
That is the end.
That's the end?
Yeah, and then the cast comes out.
Bruh.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was the end. So
where
is TT? What happened to TT? We don't see TT no more.
Let's do this for good measure.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the
there you go.
Bruh. Y'all, Tyler Perry. I needed you to show me at least something. Judith, mama coming out and be like, baby, we gonna be okay together. Something. Dang, Judith. That's all you could do is look crazy.
The mama show up and he's like, let's go to church.
You're gonna have to sing I Love the Lord or something. Like, you ain't gave me no catharsis. I guess the relief is that she doesn't have HIV, so everything else can, you just, hey, look, that's what happened.
This is like the punishment too, right? Everybody else got somebody.
Losing your husband, you got off easy.
Yeah, I guess.
At the end of the day, because she was just wild up in here. She was just, woo, child. I don't know. Okay, well then let's just, let's talk about it.
Judith?
Let's talk about the real reason. Okay, first of all, let's talk about the real reason that this play Judith cheated. What was the real reason? Because that's what this video, we promised that. What was the real reason?
So your boy, he said, so often we make the mistake to think the grass is greener on the other side. And I really do think that's just what it was. The dude came through. What? Nope.
I don't think that that's what it was either. I agree with you.
Oh, no, I think that is what it is.
She thought the grass was greener?
Yeah.
But see, I think it's deeper than that. I think that the real reason she cheated is because Judith was kind of maybe a little bit of an undercover trash individual. The kind of person who is gonna use, who is comfortable, who will look around and see people suffering. She looked around, saw her husband underwater, suffering, stressing over trying to take care of her. And instead of trying to ease his burden, she made it even heavier. And then had the nerve to turn around, cheat with another man,
because
try to blame him
with
for
that guy,
it.
Right?
I mean,
once the other guy come, I don't need a guy who have to work all these hours and stuff for me.
Man,
because nobody else presented anything to her, right? There was something in contrast with what she had. But once they did, then it's like, yeah, that's where I'm going to go. She switched up real fast. And, with the car and everything, it's just like, yeah.
She ain't had no kind of loyalty. This man is taking care of your mama.
But this stuff came out too. Like when she was talking to her mama, like my Ivy League education don't allow me to believe that trash.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying she was a trash individual on a level. She was what I would call incognito
but was
trash
she cheating
individual.
Before that?
But she didn't have to be cheating to have these elements of.
No, but we're answering why she cheated.
She cheated because she's a trash individual.
Bruh,
that's why you treated.
She would have cheated before then if she was that trash.
Trash individuals just do things that are selfish. That's what they do. So the manifestation of the selfishness doesn't just have to be cheating. Before the cheating, it was that I'm just going to disregard how you feel about it, and I'm going to let you be burdened.
Opportunity came along.
Well, but my point is that the reason she cheated is because that's who she is.
I'm gonna just say that the explanation ain't good enough, because it's like, why does Malachi Love do it? Hold on, let me get a different example.
For those of y'all who don't know who Malachi Love is.
He's a genius.
Malachi Love was this young dude who was basically practicing medicine without a license, and he wound up getting in trouble for it. But he was actually giving like real world good advice to people. He was very caring and everything. He just was not a physician, but he was taking care of patients. They was coming to see him. He was like, okay, gotta get that blood pressure down. Like, he was doing the things that a good doctor would do, except he just wasn't a doctor.
I don't forgot what I was saying.
Sorry.
Dang.
You were making the point about why the cheating, why she cheated, and giving an example of.
Your explanation isn't good enough, because it's just like saying that, so why does he do scams? That's just who he is, right? There is something that causes this element to happen. When it's why did she cheat? We can say that about everything, right? Why did she steal candy out the store when she was 12? Because she's just trash. But there is still a reason that goes beyond.
This is how I categorize it,
as
right?
a character flaw.
I look at it like this. The same thing that would make her cheat is the same thing that makes her disregard see somebody who she supposedly cares about. She's self-centered and selfish. Like, that's ultimately why she cheated. Okay, let me give you that as a real answer, because that is also the reason why she ain't care that her husband was sinking in debt. That's why she didn't care that her husband felt more responsibility toward her mother and taking care of her mother and his father than he did. And that's your own mama, your whole mama. Then after you got yourself off and got down bad, well, you didn't know you were down bad with the man yet, but you done went off and been with him. Then you come back to your husband's house to see your mama, who you ain't even got the common decency to see about your mama, really, and then left her over here on your husband. And all of these things add up to selfishness. She's selfish. And to me, that's different than somebody who was just completely enticed by a person. And, I think a person could have been operating in just be normal, right? Somebody who cares about their family and whatever, and be vulnerable. And I'm trying to think of a movie where we saw that happen, where, the person is like a decent human being, but they were just at a vulnerable time and they made a mistake. But this is her whole disposition. She was proven, like you talked about with the Judith from the movie, there were character flaws that were coming up already. And here we see character flaws that add up to the selfishness, which was the same reason. So that to me is the real reason why she cheated, because she's selfish. And the cheating is just an outcome of her selfishness. No different than you letting your husband be stressed out over the bills when you could just spend less.
Yeah, I guess. But it's, I look at it more that I'm trying to find the cause for the act versus the part of the personality that causes an action to happen, right? So when he comes in with all his money and stuff that her husband don't have, then she sees that I have an opportunity to do something, right? And sort of like what Chris Rock was like, hey, women, you want to know what to do? Just be there, right? Mm-hmm. That sort of thing. Even though you could say, oh, because the man is this and that. But what happened was some woman presented herself to him, and that's what happened, right? So that's what the cause is. When this dude, why would he go around?
Selfishness meets opportunity, maybe.
Yeah.
The opportunity was there. And also, she felt deprived in a way because her selfishness had her only focusing on herself, saying, hey, I'm as if she was the only one who was sacrificing. Right.
Yeah.
But and maybe her needs changed. It was interesting to me because I felt like, dang, I thought they might have been married longer, but in here they were only married 3 years. I don't know how long they were married prior to that or how old she's supposed to be in here because, you're just getting your career off the ground. If you're young in the same way that like Jurnee Smollett was young in the movie,
she's probably mid
mid-20s to late 20s, something like that, maybe. But yeah. And then, I was thinking about, oh, you're a marriage counselor. Like, are marriage counselors typically in their 20s at all?
Yeah, I don't know.
And because I just would imagine that, to be a good counselor probably is a combination of life experiences and your experiences being, in therapy. So I don't know. Like, do you just go out day one? Like, I can do this? I don't know.
I went to school and I was taught.
Well, so that's it. Did you like the movie better or
Definitely.
Did you like the play better? What about the plot though? Okay, so we know you like the presentation better, but what about the plot of the movie versus the plot of the play?
Yeah, I like that element because the whole thing of I am a marriage counselor and this guy shows up randomly, right? Who I know from the past. You know what I'm saying? It's just not the same as, okay, you're at work, you have your career that you're really trying to advance in, and then this guy comes in, and then you have the whole thing of what you're doing for your career versus what's going on with your marriage and all that stuff.
The ambiguity of did you say yes that first time?
Too, yeah.
Before you fell off the cliff. All of that in the movie.
And then that she turned,
But I still, I stand by it. Like, I do not like the ending of the movie. I did not like the ending of the movie. Can I say I did not like the ending of the movie? But I think this ending is more appropriate in the play. And maybe I would have liked to see this ending in the movie. But then I would also like to reimagine an ending where it's like this play and they stay together. Like, what does that look like? What has to happen for that to take place? And, you know, how would people perceive the characters? Is it like, hey, after all that in the play, like the plot of here, if everything in this play was the same, except in the end, he doesn't leave her. He stays with her, and they, you know,
happens all the time.
Yeah. Oh, you could tell them the stories about some of the people in the military.
Wait, what? Oh, that, yeah.
You know,
I was about to say,
not you, boo. But no, about the people in the military, right?
Oh, yeah. So basically, it's situations where, like, you know, somebody go off to war, and then somehow when they get back, their wife is pregnant. And then they just go ahead and take care of the baby like it's their own, and they together with their wife.
Yeah.
And that's some forgiveness right there. Yeah, but it's a whole bunch of situations like that.
One thing I will say is I like the idea, because I asked this in the movie, where was Judith's mama was there and stuff like that. So I can't say that where was Judith's people. But I did like the idea that when you got people, even when you out of bounds, I was talking about this on the phone with my cousin. And I was like, you know, one thing about our family is even if you've been out of bounds, even when you were young and you were acting a fool, you know, one thing we always knew and still know to this day is our people finna come get us. Our people finna come check on us. So if you ever thought that they wouldn't, then you would be wrong. Because, you know, like every so often I'll be on the phone with my mama, and she was like, call me with the picture phone. Because let me tell you what, it doesn't matter just what I'm saying to her. She's like, look, let me see your face. Because, you know, we don't live in the same city. And so she wants to check and verify, you know, and when you're younger, you take that for granted. You're like, oh, you're always trying to, but you know, when you get older, you start to respect and understand that the people who love and care about you, you start to respect that and appreciate that, because, you know, so many times in life, you know, you may not have that. And that brings me to, like, I see a lot of stuff on social media from people who, you know, talk about how they don't have anybody and they're cutting family off. And we talk about this a whole lot, but if you can, it's just like, don't wait for it to be too late for you to realize that you should have, you know, mended that rift. Because some things you can't take back. Yep. You know, and then like in the case of her marriage, that was a bridge too far for him. He was like, but see, to me, he didn't forgive. He didn't forgive. I don't think he forgave. Y'all go to the comments. Did Roger forgive her or not? Because I don't feel like he forgave.
I think he forgave her enough to go and save her.
I think that his reaction to save her was just knee jerk. I don't think that was really a synthesized. Let me and save. I think it was a knee jerk.
Help her. Well, that's what she
true.
Asked for.
But that wasn't who he is as a person, right?
Yeah, I guess.
That wasn't who he is as a person, which is what his daddy was always trying to remind him of. But yeah. So, you know, in the question of which one was better for me, the movie or the play, I thought that I liked the plot of the play better. But, you know, I do enjoy the format of the movies, because there's points with the comedy and everything here. I just feel like if I was in the audience, I would have just been laughing and cackling and really been in the moment and enjoying it. And it's just a little bit of a different experience watching the play and not being there with the audience, you know?
Yeah. And I can enjoy the music probably better.
Yeah.
Because there was one of them songs, I can't remember which one. It probably was the I Don't Care What the World Say or whatever. Or the one where he was breaking up, where he had the saxophones and stuff in there. I'm like, all right, this would be probably a nice, good live performance.
Yeah. And just let me, as we wrap up, let you guys know, always check the community tab if you can, because we post the videos that we do have on other channels on the community tab. So that's one way. But make sure that in the description, you are subscribed to all of our channels there, because then you'll get hopefully notifications about all the videos that come out, because, you know, we have this channel where we have a certain type of movie and video that we cover, but we know there's overlap. You know, on the main Axiom Amnesia channel, we're covering different types of movies. So, you know, we try to keep them a little bit separate because the audiences are a little bit different. And, you know, then on the Axiom Amnesia 2.0 channel, we do some different types of movies, some of the newer stuff, you know. So we just covered the movie Him that is in theaters now, that we just literally saw a couple days ago, the day before the official opening day we saw it and got a review of that out. So if you haven't seen that movie, we do have a non-spoiler portion of it. Check out that link in the comments, in the description of this video. And we also, have other videos that are on that channel. So I'm saying this here because a lot of times we post things in the community tab, you may not see it. And if you're only looking at the feed that YouTube is feeding you, then you're missing a lot of stuff. We have people who pop up that I haven't seen in a while. Yeah. And then they're like, I didn't know y'all were putting out videos.
But you can always go to axiom.app.
Yes.
And all the videos, the most recent ones, like, I don't know.
From every channel.
The most 100 recent videos are posted there.
Yes, and we also have links that are exclusively for our YouTube channel members as well as our Patreon members that are also, there's a page on axiom.app where you can see all of the videos in one place that are the member exclusive videos too. And we also want to just thank everybody who is a member. We know we thank them in the beginning, but we also thank the people who are just these ongoing supporters and members of the channel and the new people who just recently joined as well. We appreciate that so much because it does take a lot to generate that, and there's just 2 of us. So
Yep. So if you made it this far, type Ivy League education in the comments so we'll know you're one of the real ones who stick around to the end.
And be sure to check out one of the videos that's on the screen right now, and also visit axiom.app where you'll find all of our recent videos in one place so that you can have links to them back on YouTube and watch them here. You can find our merch there too.